Okay. Am I on? I'm on. This is great. Well, it's been far too long. But hi. Welcome back. I'm the Wraith. This is Chasix.
Hello.
And I'm a ginger.
Hello, I'm acknowledging my presence.
Very good. Just like we practiced. um
Love it.
and and this is from the tabletop. Um so we're back. With our Into the Wilds game here with Orn and Brack and Kinnarenth. Um So let's do a quick recap because it's literally been like 2 years, I think, something ridiculous since we've played this game. Um, okay, so you two were tasked with a mission from Lelish, who is one of the advisors in Newwater Nest, um, to basically chase down an urgent lead from one of her contacts or agents named Arnid, who had died. Um, so you came out following that lead into the wilds, into the Gale Wilds here, and found her little hiding spot on this great little tree. Um, that was on top of some big pillars, found some clues pointing you to another location, and there was a Gale Walker arrowhead um, that Arnett had been injured with, and also an Enfave token that was very mysterious. And you were trying to figure out what all this was uh, meaning, what was going on, and then were attacked by some bird dragons, and then went somewhere else and were attacked by some uh, moss puppies, and then finally made it to the falls that you were directed towards, and uh, got to a camp of some go here. Let me pull you over to this map. This is a map of Geltanok. So Tojeth is the Toberon that Third Shoulder or New Water Nest are on. You can see the ship, the Horizons, is the big that one that you came from, and now you're out in the wilderness, and actually now you're sort of here-ish, in the mountains here. Very exciting. And now I have prepared for you something new. Look, it's a map of the camp.
Ooh.
How exciting!
Ah.
Okay, so before we get into this, I wanted to check in. So Orn, um, we had talked about your bond with Kinnarenth at the end of last session. We were gonna mess with it a little bit, um, uh, and hadn't decided on what that was gonna look like going into this session. So what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, we are definitely in a state of unknown, the two of us. So I think we really need to have a conversation in game. But for now, I should probably change my bond to something like, uh, I mean, I don't know, maybe just, need to talk. Uh, you know, uh, I don't know what else to say besides, we need to talk and things are just in a state of confusion.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, just that much is great. I mean, because you're stating the um, yeah, you have your statement of sort of what you're feeling right now is this confusion, this sort of instability, and then that your the action that you want most to take is to have a conversation and to sort of figure out what's going on between you two right now. So that I mean
Yeah,
that
and the
sounds good to
problem,
me.
part of the Yeah, part of the problem is that Orn is embarrassed. I
Mm-hmm.
don't he's not the type of person that would want to start the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He feels too upset about, what he's done and how he showed his like, to him it's his true self
Yeah.
when that's not necessarily who he is. It's that whole battle that he continues to have. So I think Orn's waiting for Kinna to come and talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that'll necessarily happen until after we are, you know, when we're not in the middle of the woods.
Yeah. Who knows? Um, Great. So yeah, whatever you yeah, perfect. Love it. Um okay, so by the time you had gotten to this camp, um I'll pull your tokens down here because you would be coming in from this kind of whatever direction this is. Um but just to show that this is the side that you're sort of entering. Um, so you had basically, since you camped where the lichen cubs were, you got to the top of the falls, which took you a while, and then ended up deciding to press on and get to here. So you're still really tired. So Orn, yeah, you're still down a little bit on health. Hadn't had a chance to rest. Um, and at this point, it would be pretty late at night. Time wise, because I think you got sort of up to the top of the fall sort of after sunset, um and then sort of hiked your way here. So at the end of the last session, just as a reminder, Brack had done a Brack and Kinna sort of did a little bit of recon. You rolled a, excuse me, discern realities, and the three you rolled really well. And the three questions you asked were, uh yeah, let me go through this way. So you asked three questions, and I'm going to go through the answers that I gave you, just to sort of as a refresher. So you had asked, um, who's really in control here, and we talked about that there were flags and markings on these Cortangel, which, just as a reminder, Cortangel are like lizard centaur people, dinosaur centaur kind of, basically. Um, and they make up Cortange will make up all of the these people in the Gale Walker groups. Um, uh, and so the individuals had markings on them. They have banners up. And stuff like that. And I've since sort of also added this. I don't know if you would have been able to see it from where you were or whatever, but right here, some kind of like almost altar type thing, all marked with this icon of a very sort of plain, uh, simple like white sun, basically. Um, and they were talking about the noon one. Um, it was the information you got, that so that they're basically all here in service of the noon one, which I don't believe you knew who that was specifically, but knew the naming convention enough to recognize it as a cartographer. Which are the big bad ancient magical whatever people. You also asked what is not what it appears to be. So over here, there's this cave in, because part of what helped you find this spot was marking the number of tunnels that you passed. So like this is a tunnel, this is a tunnel up there. It's the dotted lines. Um, you probably wouldn't be able to see that one from where you are, but just so you know what's the map. So this what should be a probably a tunnel here was a big section that had was caved in. So this is all rubble covering the front of it. Um, and the information I gave you there was just because of their behavior around the mouth of this cave. They've got some guards posted on it. I mentioned that there were some people that looked like to be even like trying to listen through there. But basically, the idea was that they're not trying to get into that cave. They're uh, kind of guarding it in some kind of sense. Um, and then the last question you asked was, what is useful? What here is useful or valuable? And I talked about you seeing this body of an infave down here in the middle of the camp, and that they were all kind of skirting around it. And you were inferring that the Gale Walkers here, these kind of fanatical, um, uh, whatever this fanatical sect of the Gale Walkers is, or whatever that's in service of the Noon One, they're all kind of afraid of these in faith. Um, so there's this one body here that they're all giving room to. And I also realized the other thing that, based on the way you asked the question, I should probably also mention that you know you would be able to hear um, uh, any number of animals in this area because you were asking about what could be potential distractions, or how could I get people to leave, those sorts of
Mm-hmm.
things.
Mm-hmm.
So just to mention that there are also a number of animals that you would be able to hear in the area, because you can hear them talk. Um, okay, so late at night, you are approaching this from, we'll call this the south side, even though that's probably not exactly the direction. I don't know. But yeah, so all of these here are tents. If you can tell in my poorly drawn thing here, this is a bigger tent sort of at the middle. This is the cave in. These are little fires. Like I said, these are tunnels. This is a little sort of altar thing. This is a little bit of water stream. This is a waterfall into a little pool that's then running off over here into some trees. And sort of most of this section over here is wooded. Um, Otherwise, the terrain around here, you're in the middle of this big gorge, so these gorge walls are pretty high. Um, uh, and otherwise, the vegetation is kind of scrubby. There may be trees here and there, but not a ton.
This feels like a silly question, but
Sure.
is this the collapsed entrance? Is that the fourth entrance past the Gueris?
The gnarled Gueris. Yes. This would be the fourth
Okay.
one. Yes.
Okay.
That was the
Just making sure.
yeah.
You know?
Yep. That was that note that you had seen, was the something about the falls and the gorge and whatever.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't just need to get to the other side of this camp and
Oh yeah.
get to that one,
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't it?
You did it. Okay,
You
so
solved my camp puzzle.
you you did it. Congratulations. Now we can go home. So yeah, the two of you are here. Kinnarenth is here. Bridge, Kinnarenth's Tilbarash, is also here. She you found her and she was injured in that last day. Yeah, so she's been kind of taking it easy. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think you would have helped at all, Brack, in terms of trying to patch her up a little bit, or?
I mean, definitely.
Yeah. That's interesting. I wonder what.
I mean, should we do a post roll on first aid?
Oh yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a great idea.
See what happened
Over the course of that day.
Yeah, let's see what happened in the past.
Let's see that. Okay, so are you guys getting this weird thing that you only see the numbers?
Yeah, you have to switch out of dark mode.
I have to switch out of dark mode?
Yep.
Unacceptable. Ah, it's blinding me. Can I switch back into dark mode? Will that work?
No, doesn't solve it.
Curses. Well, this is terrible. Um. Okay. The patient may hold
You could
one. Okay. So you can. So Bridge can recover D8 HP. Sweet. Okay. So with your help, I'm willing to call Bridge basically back into shape here. Um, so she is good to go. Do you think you would have had any like conversations with her through the course of that?
Oh, that's a good. I've never talked to Bridge.
No, you've never.
Uh,
Well, I also forgot that she existed, and then sort of shoehorned her back into the story at the end of the last episode. Um, so she hasn't been around for most of this time, but also that, yeah.
yeah, I think for the most part, Brack is still deeply uncomfortable with the fact that he can talk to animals, and this is really the reason why he only does it in times of stress or great need, like
Sure,
when they're
sure.
attacking him or when we don't know what to do. And so I think for the most part, he'd probably pretend that if Bridge was saying anything to him, he would probably pretend
Just,
that he didn't understand and he just saw her as an animal. Uh,
that's incredible.
and it would only be if like she caught him off guard or something that he would respond.
Okay. Interesting. So one of the things that I've said about Bridge in the past is that she comes off as very like fiercely loyal to Kinnarinth. Besides the fact that she kind of wanders around and does what she wants. Um, but uh, I've also characterized her as a bit of a diva. Um, and so I I think being able to hear um to be able to hear her, I'm sure you get occasional comments from her um to the effect of that she thinks of Kinnarenth as like her like servant basically. And kind of only hangs around him because like he knows the right cuts of meat that she likes, or he knows the good spot to scratch her behind the second plate or something that she likes kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
um so I'm sure there's comments of that nature that you caught wind of.
Yeah, that would only solidify Brack's
Just like,
decision not
nope,
to.
I'm not doing that.
We're we're not. No, we're not having a. I won't be conversing with this beast.
Incredible. um okay, so uh unless we have any other questions about what's going on with this camp, how do we want to think about approaching what's going on here?
I still don't know about it, to be fair.
Of-
Because didn't you guys go in a little
well, they went
closer?
in. They probably, this is them having gone in and coming back and saying, "All right, here's the situation,"
Here's
Okay,
what's up.
great.
and now
We
you're
got a whole camp full of.
sitting around a little stump, trying to figure out what to do.
Stumped up and ready to party.
Okay, so Orn, well, never mind. That's obvious. Never mind. Um, I was just gonna be like, obviously, we gotta go save the dude. How can we save the dude?
I
Is
feel like
there like
he's
a
dead.
This dude is dead. Yes. Sorry if that was unclear. This is a dead
uh,
body.
He
it
dead
was
man.
unclear to me, but I'm dumb.
Well, now we know. You've cleared it up for the audience, which we appreciate.
You're welcome, everybody. Uh, cool. All right. Well then, Brack, take it away.
Ah, boy, this is a big fight here we got in front of us. I don't really
Is stealth an option?
Anything is an option.
anything
All
is an
right.
option. It's a matter of how stealthy we can be. Um think I think what I would first want to do is for Brack to look around for animals that he could maybe enlist.
Okay. Um.
Because and I'll lay out what my thought is
Okay.
here. Um my thought is if I can gather a group of animals and have them like stampede kind of through this side of the camp and make a ruckus, then maybe we could sneak through along the cave edge here and see if we can get up to really see what's going on up here,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
or just to make a ruckus, a rumpus of some sort.
A rumpus of some sort. Um. Okay. I want to say. I mean, this is obviously some kind of role.
No, I don't think so.
Um. You do that. Um. I'm also kind of a little bit interested in maybe having some kind of like random roll done to determine what types of animals are here.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see. Let's see how much. Six. Um. Okay. I'm just gonna throw this together real fast.
Do it. Throw it.
Um, go ahead and roll. 2d6 for me. I'm going to assign. Let's see. So that's that.
Oh,
Before I look at
come on.
this, so I can not
There's a
like.
6
Um.
and a 5.
So what's the total?
Huh? 11.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Um. So okay. So what you're able to get a hold of,
Mhm.
and maybe you find them sort of chilling. I should find my description of these, shouldn't I? Chilling like up on the side of one of the gorge walls or whatever. Um, but you find a small group of an animal called a mist monkey. Um, these are where did I go here? Okay, so a mist monkey is a small primate-like creature with no arms and only a short, almost nub-like tail. Uh, wherever they go, a loose fog manifests, and they are able to absorb and coalesce the fog into arms and a tail, which they can. Oh, maybe this is too much information I'm giving you. Um, uh, blah 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 blah. Okay, so there's stuff that they could do. I don't want to tell you too much about what they could do. But so you probably so as you're sort of planning, sitting here planning this, you're trying to figure out what to do, and you're sort of taking a second to listen for animals. You hear um Bridge is making some soft noises about Kinnarinth giving her the good scritches, um, and some other things further off. But the ones that you can hear close by are coming from up on the side of this gorge wall, where it's at the top of the gorge, and these gorge walls I'm gonna say are probably somewhere in the area of uh like 70 to 90 feet high. It's like pretty high. um uh there's there's this amount of mist that you probably didn't see was there because it's dark out, it's really close to being night. But you hear these this group of small soft voices, kind of chittering, and you immediately get the sense that these are very like mischievous little creatures. Um, and I think when you are able to sort of locate one of them, you see these little, like I said, sort of little kind of primate looking things with no arms and no tail, and um, yeah, okay. Uh, so here's what happens. Um, you see one of them sort of is climbing down the wall and is coming to approach you, or closer to you, and you can see uh out from these where arms normally would be, there are these basically what can only be described as kind of appendages made of like coalesced mist, like fog, that's kind of hovering around them and obscuring the larger group of them. And it's using these sort of long, kind of strange, wacky looking appendages to climb its way down this wall toward you. Um, and you can see it kind of eyeing you over. Um, and is there anything? Trying to think. What might be reflecting light in the dark here at nighttime? I'm not sure. I mean, your weapons, your armor, or whatever,
Mm.
um, things like that. You can see that it's attracted to the sort of the shiny things, and based on what it's saying, it's making comments about bright shiny things.
uh, okay. Uh, so as they're so are they're climbing down the wall towards me?
At least one of them is sort of cautiously approaching, to just
Okay.
sort of see what it can get up to.
I'm gonna pull out one of my 2 coins,
Okay.
and kind of flash it towards it.
And you immediately see it like sort of makes a stutter and sort of lights up a little bit, and the mist kind of out of its arms starts kind of flails a little bit. It skitters a little closer towards you, um, down the wall, and then sort of stops, realizing that it's approached you very quickly.
Yeah.
um,
Uh, Brack says, "Do you do you like shiny things?
Shiny, yes, shiny.
Uh, how many of you are there?"
um Trying to think of what information it would be willing to give, or if it even thinks of of that. um uh, it is my family is here.
Does your family like shiny things?
Shiny, yes, shiny.
Um, I say, how close are we to the camp? Are we like overlooking it, or
You
are
would
we off
be
in the trees?
back, I mean, back kind of in this direction through the gorge, at whatever is safe distance.
Uh, so Brack says, there are many shiny things
Shiny, yes,
under
shiny.
the end phase in the camp.
Shiny. And you see it take a look over there. And I mean, the end faith itself, um, there. they're these sort of tall, dark-skinned people with these
Mhm.
patterns of metal all throughout their skin. So it in itself would be kind of shiny. So um, it sees that, and I sort of think sort of makes some sort of low, kind of whistly call to the rest of its group, and you see um, like four or five more kind of poke out of a little bit of the mist up towards the top of the gorge um, to survey what's going on.
Uh, as Brack, I think, is starting to feel a little bit bad that he might be sending these little animals in to get attacked, but he says more like this, and then he flips his one coin to the little guy here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and it says you should go get it.
All right, so this is roll. Um, this is a parlay for
Not
sure.
my
Not
not my
your
strong
not
suit.
your strong suit. But that is what you are doing here. So when you have leverage on a GM character and manipulate them, roll plus cha. Leverage is something they need or want, which you've provided. So let's see what happens.
Okay.
Roll, roll, roll.
7.
7. They ask you for something and do it if you make them a promise, but they need a concrete assurance of your promise right now. So uh,
Already gave him the coin.
you already
That was
gave
the
him you already gave him the coin, but he looks at the coin, um, and he sort of tucks it somewhere. I don't think you even like see where, but it like disappears. And then he like looks over to his up to his family and looks back at you, um and looks back at his family and sort of more of his family, like another one of them is sort of crawling with these weird mist arms down towards you, um and the implication here is that uh well, I guess this creature would say, um we we will look, but first more shiny.
um I think I think Brack instinctively like puts his hand on the pommel of his sword to make sure that none of the blade is showing. Uh and then thanks you know, whatever deity or wind of fate made him Balteshi and not whatever the hell Iridia is. So he's not wearing like fancy shiny stuff. And he opens up his coin purse and empties it out onto the ground in front of him, and one more coin falls out.
And that second one immediately comes down closer to the ground, and then you see one of those mist arms like grows and sort of almost like a whip kind of slaps down and snatches that coin. Um, and and they then sort of uh kind of giggle a little bit. I don't know what a monkey giggle sounds like. But then run back um, up into the kind of into the mist. And for a good handful of seconds, you think maybe they just sort of fleeced you for some coin and ran away. Um, but eventually, you can see them. They go in and start kind of creeping. Um, we'll say they're on this side, kind of creeping up along the top of the wall here. Um, and uh, okay, I think I need to make some kind of roll to see how like well this goes. Um, and I think that's me that should make that roll, right? Because they're um, it's not you doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do that. Why don't I just roll 2d6, and we'll see. I mean, so the your hope here is that they do this and distract and do a good job distracting, right?
Yeah, I think Brack, as soon as they run off, Brack comes back to the group, uh, tells them basically we need to be ready to move if and when a distraction happens. Um, and then I'm trying to look at what I can do with animancy. But I don't think there's anything that can help me in the way that I want it to.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna roll this, and this is mostly gonna be determinant of kind of how well the distraction works, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna be like, oh, they rolled a 3, they all die. Because that's mean. I won't do that
That's fair.
to the poor little monkeys. All
Well,
right.
you know what? They
So they got their payment. They deserve
they're
what they
greedy.
get.
They're greedy little bastards. So
All right, let's see what happens. That's 5. Okay. Um so uh what happens here is you see them creeping along this edge of the wall, and then this big kind of plume of mist kind of descends down the wall over top of this little sort of statue altar thing. It's kind of like a bunch of hunks of rock and metal kind of piled on top of each other, sort of vaguely in a humanoid-ish shape, and has a big one of those sort of like yellow, or it's not yellow, white, sort of sun icons, just like a plain white circle with a couple of lines coming out from it, painted on top of it. And there's this big plume of mist fog that just comes sort of pouring down the side of the gorge, over top of this, and there are a handful of these gale walkers that you see. um uh most of uh most of the ones you, at this point are going to be sleeping,
mm-hmm.
um and there's a couple sort of out on watch. There's a couple over here by the cave in. Um and I don't necessarily want to get like too specific about like throwing tokens out, but I will if we need to. But one of the ones that's sitting out here on watch at this main fire notices, and goes skirts around the body, and sort of starts poking a little, edging towards this, and pulls out his weapon, um, and uh, you um, you watch as he gets closer and closer, um, and this mist continues to sort of like pour down, and he appears, uh, this Cortangel appears like some kind of mix of afraid and in awe of whatever is going on this statue, um, and immediately uh, goes and starts uh, waking up. Like he goes into this tent and starts like getting people up and awake, um, and uh, people start coming out of the tents, and to inspect sort of what's going on, um, and eventually out of this sort of plume of mist, a couple of them come running out, um, and it's sort of making little shrieking noises, and sort of dart towards the uh, to make a play at the body here, and get sort of shooed off, um, uh, and more or less get kind of dispersed. But your distraction doesn't really work, and now you've got a lot more of them that are awake.
But they're all kind of centered here,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think yes. That's fair enough to say.
Because I'm guessing, I mean, these are the light sources, right?
The fires, yeah.
The fires.
Mhm.
All right. So yeah, as that like starts to happen, I think Brack is telling us everyone to move kind
Okay.
of up the side of the camp here.
So even though it hasn't made a big distraction, I think there's enough kind of focus pulled. Even though you've lost some of the element of a lot of the camp being sleeping. Um, uh, but yeah, if you would like to try and sneak around the backs of these tents or something, um, to get a better look at what's going on over here by the cave-in, that's a possibility.
That's my thought.
Okay. Is everyone coming with you, or what do we think the play here is?
Well, I have this feeling like Orn isn't gonna like me going in by myself, but I'm also the most stealthy of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I just picked up this fun thing that when I hide in natural surroundings, enemies never spot me until I do something to reveal my position, like attack or move quickly.
Didn't you always have that, or
I don't think so. I think that was new at the end of last game.
oh, was it? Okay. Nice. Oh no, you because you have that
Maybe.
based on your that's like your racial
Oh, okay.
thing.
I don't know what I took last time then.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, maybe I took silent but deadly last time.
That sounds right. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Anyone hear
Um.
me?
Oh, hi.
Yes.
Hi, there you are.
Hey, yeah. So no, I was saying Orn would be okay with staying back because he knows how big he is, as long as he can still see Brack, like in case he does get into any trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he knows that he's not going to be able to stealth his way through this.
Okay.
Cool. Um, okay, so let's do this then. Why don't we? I think Kinna would maybe offer to come with you, and maybe leave Bridge back with Orn.
Okay.
So just kind of split things up with that that way. Um, and I was just trying to look. I don't know that there's like a group action or anything like that. So I think the way we'll do it is why don't we just say that Kinna, because this is a thing that Kinna can also do really well. Um, so why don't I just give you a +1 from as if he's aiding you,
Okay.
and then you make that defy danger roll. It sounds like with Dex.
Dex. All right.
Let's see how we go.
Ooh, buddy, that's a
Woo!
15.
That's a 15 is very good. Okay, so put yourself up where you think you want to be,
Um,
roughly.
I mean, I
Um,
think So where are there still guards guarding the?
Yes, there would still be guards. Let's say,
And then is in this area, is there anything, or is this just
okay.
completely empty space, or are there boulders? Are we
Okay, I'm gonna get some.
are we in scrub brush territory?
Yeah, we are. We are in sort of scrubby territory here. I'm gonna have two out there here that are immediately guarding. Um, but otherwise, I'll sort of put the next one sort of back in that area is here, but sort of looking over towards here.
Okay.
Um, I think you would easily be able to get here behind sort of at this last tent. This
Yeah.
last bit of distance I think is a little bit more precarious. I mean, like I said, sort of uh shrubby. Um yeah, I mean it depends what you want to be doing from here.
Yeah. Let me take a look at something real quick.
Um or if there's anything that Warren wants to try from where he is, or
Okay. So I think as we get to here, Brack would like kind of lean back to Kinna and say, uh, how how much damage can these Cortundral take?
well, I'd say somewhere in the area of um they so I think he takes a second to look. Um yeah. Okay, so I think what he is able to tell you looking at them, he says these these zealots or whatever they are appear to be slightly less equipped uh than most of the Gelwalkers I've seen. So they may be uh, uh easier to take down. Uh, but I don't know about what they can dish out.
Um, Brack goes, "Do you trust me?"
I think he nods.
Uh, so Brack reaches into his quiver, pulls out 3 arrows, and I'm gonna go for a blot out the sun on all 3 of these,
Oh wow.
hoping that
Okay.
hoping that silent but deadly procs. And
Let's see. Let me see what that is. From a hidden position on 10 plus, you remain hidden from your enemy's sight. Ha! That's fun. Okay. Um, I mean, I will give an assist from him again. Because I think he'll have his bows out. He's got his two little short bows, um, and can be helping you with whatever ends up happening here.
Mhm.
I will say that dropping if these two drop dead out of nowhere, you might be able to get away with nobody noticing
Mm.
because they're sort of tucked back. This one though, if that one drops dead, there are more over in this area that are gonna notice.
Okay,
is
there
what
are
I'll.
more over there right now then
Yeah, this
that
is.
are
I'm sort of marking this one as like the furthest back
okay.
of this group.
All right. I might pull one of those arrows back then.
Okay, so you're just gonna go for the 2.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're hoping for a great volley and a great uh damage roll. And that's just what we're
Otherwise,
doing here.
things might get spicy.
All right. Here we go.
So you get the +1 from Kinnarenth. Whatever we roll
Fuck.
here. Okay, so that's a 9. So close. um. All right, so this is gonna maybe come down to damage here.
Yeah.
Deal your damage and choose one. Okay, so what does Blot Out the Sun do? It means you deal the damage you do to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Need to make a D8 macro
For
damage.
you can just roll your if you click on your damage, it will roll that.
All right. Let's see what we do here. Come on, max damage. Yeah.
Holy shit. And then you have your do you still have a +1 forward to volley from before? From your beast strike?
Ooh. I mean, I probably would. And
Because
we'd have to go back and
you haven't slept. I feel like I'm pretty sure that you do. This is me being a fan of the players, which is one of the GM principles in Dungeon World. Um, yeah, because I specifically remember us talking about it at one point. Okay. So go ahead and then you get your +1d4. Is it from?
yes.
Okay.
Plus
From your
1d4 plus 1. So 2.
Okay.
Is that what?
I think yeah, because it's +1d4 from the beast strike, right?
Oh, and it's plus 1 to volley. I need to put a comma in my little notes here.
Okay. Oh, I see. +1 forward to volley. Okay, so if you let's go ahead and say that you had the +1 from
Okay.
before. So you're powered up for your beast strike. So that does put you on a 10.
Puts me on a 10, which is just a clear shot, deal damage.
Clear shot, deal damage.
Which is 10 damage then.
And that does proc your silent but deadly, right?
Deadly. So then, yeah. So then if they're still alive, they have no idea where the arrows came from.
Okay.
I
So
mean, obviously they're gonna notice that there are now arrows.
yeah. So you take this, you take these shots, and Kinnarenth is you and Kinnarenth behind this tent. Both of you sort of take your shots here. And I mean, I don't know what you feel like Blot Out the Sun looks like. But basically the effect is between the two of you, you drop both of these guys cold.
I mean, my picture of Blot Out the Sun has always been the knocking of as many arrows as I'm
Multiple
using at
arrows.
once. Yes.
So you've got the 2 arrows. One goes to each. Kinnarenth has his 2 short bows, one in each set of hands, that also split, and you've got 4 arrows that sprout out of the necks of these two Corchanjul, and they drop to the ground.
Heck yes. And I mean, I think as soon as that happens, Brack kind of pokes his head out from behind the tent and looks at this guy to see if he's heard anything or if he's taken any notice at all,
I
or
think
if he is still just
by the rules of you're silent but deadly, if we'll follow that and say that you are unnoticed.
all right.
Ooh,
So I
silent
think
but deadly. That stinks.
I think we're moving up then.
All right, move on up there. I am. Well, he did make another roll in between. You rolled so well on that first one. I'm willing to let this ride. Um, so you are up here. From getting up here, you can see. Let's do this. Over towards this fire here. Not spotted you, but you can see, uh, uh, at least one shape of a cortangel that looks a little, uh, generally a little beefier and a little angrier than the other ones that you've seen so far. Um, and I'm gonna say that this one is kind of pacing around the one that you can see up here.
Okay.
So, uh, you know,
Uh I think Brack motions to Kinna to grab this body and
uh
kind
huh,
of pull it back against the wall, and Brack kind of pushes out and grabs this one and does the same, pulls it
yeah.
back.
Um, okay.
Ooh,
I
well,
want
sorry, got
to.
inside you there, Kinna.
Ooh. um, this I think this needs another roll.
That's fair.
Um, uh, so what do you propose in terms of? I mean, this is another defy danger. Um,
Right.
how
I
how are you? What is the method in which you drag these bodies? What does the camera see?
I mean my thought is, because these are bipedal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Big and heavy.
Big and heavy? Okay. That was
Yeah.
my other question. Uh I think I think he would still try to do it just as quickly as possible
Okay.
and hope that it, the small amount of sound wouldn't be noticed.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I imagine there's still some hubbub
Yeah. A
going down
little bit.
here just from people waking up and talking, and as soldiers do, or people at church, they just fucking never stop talking.
Church soldiers. Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna just try to do this as fast as possible.
Okay. So you're proposing a dex there.
Yeah.
I'll give you the plus one from Kinrath again, since you're doing this together. Nice. Keeping them hot rolls alive. Okay, so this one we can stash in here again, sort of up close to the wall, more or less out of sight. Um, okay. So let's Orn, what's going on with you over there? Are you still just watching? Are you trying to apply any advantage yourself, or what's the deal?
Yeah, is there anything I can see that they can't see right now?
That's a good question. That sounds like a roll to me.
That sounds like a roll to me too.
Discern those realities, brother.
Discern those realities.
Nice. I'm gonna discern reality,
Let's
and I
see.
do that by pressing this button. Wait, do I roll plus what?
Uh, if you just click on discern realities, it should do it. It's plus whiz.
8.
Nice. Okay, so you get one question from the list below. I'll remind you that the ones that were asked already were useful or valuable, really in control, and not what it appears to be.
What should I
So,
be on the lookout for?
okay, that's a great question to ask. Um, and I will tell you why. Um, let me. If there was any other.
Hello?
Hi. Sorry.
Hmm.
I'm just checking. Okay. Um, so yeah, so the biggest thing to be watching out for is as you're watching all these milling around. Like I said, there's for somewhere in the area of 20 or 30. You can see you probably are able to get a look at another one of these guys that are up sort of in this area. There's probably one that's sort of poked down. This kind of back area of the camp is where there's this other, like I said, sort of kind of beefier, angrier looking. Um, uh, as someone who is well acquainted with the ways of uh, kind of smashing things and sort of like raging in battle, I think you recognize some amount of uh, similarity in these particular ones. Um,
Okay.
but then the other thing you get a look at is inside this big tent. What color? Make them this. Is two figures that don't necessarily appear to be concerned with anything that's going on outside. I think you probably get a peek at them because like some one of them kind of ducks in uh, to sort of check with them, check on them, something or other, and you see these two figures inside that are just kind of standing in the middle of this tent and look to be uh, some kind of weird like tranced out or something. It's hard to get a really good look from where you are, but they look uh very similar to each other, and they're just sort of standing still, um, like directly next to each other. Um,
Oh,
uh, and yeah, and I think that's what you can get there
huh.
from that.
Okay. So
But
they're
there's definitely something weird going on with
in the.
them.
Okay. I don't like that. Are there people in these tents here?
Yes. I haven't thrown tokens out because I don't. Uh,
Yeah,
you
I,
know,
I got you.
but
I just want to
yeah.
make sure.
hmm There's maybe. I mean, the overall sense you get of this camp is that things are not super like organized. Like this is not some sort of tight military. I mean, that's not what the Gale Walkers are to begin with. Um, uh, and this kind of zealotry doesn't seem to have made any changes to that. So there's maybe ones that are some of the tents that are still have people asleep in them or something. Um, but most of them are sort of out and kind of milling around in this general area.
Okay.
But still kind of giving wide berth here to this the Infaith body.
Okay. And remind me, do Gelwalkers do they speak like common or
Yeah,
what is
yeah.
their
I don't really have language things. um
I didn't
yeah.
if they spoke or they were just kind of like mindless zombie yes.
No, they are you know, they're what people would consider a little less like civilized.
Right.
But they're fully
Okay.
thinking
Perfect.
beings.
Perfect. Just making sure in
Yeah,
case I
yeah.
got to do it. And then at last, it's just a quick So from what you said, Brack and Kenna aren't in any danger as of this second.
As of this second, no. They've done
Okay.
well for themselves.
Okay, good. Okay, then yeah, that's all I'll do then. I'm gonna
Okay.
just hang then, since I don't see any immediate danger.
All right. Okay, so Brack, what's going on up there?
I think Brack is looking at this wall and seeing if he can. I think he wants to. I want to do a discern realities
Mhm.
and see if he can figure out a way, if there's an obvious way through this, or like obviously there's some tools sitting there, but he doesn't want to. We don't need to go banging away at a
Right.
rock wall
Right.
while we're hidden.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see a roll. That's a 10.
Hey.
Okay. So I think, I mean, if there's anything on that list of questions that you want to ask, um I think with the good roll, I'm uh I'm willing to sort of give you um some kind of something to act on here, but is there
I
anything?
think
Yeah.
the one that I was going to ask is what here's not what it appears to be.
Hmm.
Because I thought that would kind of encompass like you said they were like listening at the
Yeah.
rock wall while we were watching them. I
Hmm.
thought that might include kind of like listening and figuring out like, was this a cave in that they caused? Was this a cave in that happened naturally? Uh
Yeah. So I think being up here and being close to this and seeing, like you said, there's seeing tools on the ground. You can see um the way that the stone has fallen and stuff. This was a cave-in that they caused.
okay.
Um and uh like you were saying before, this is not something that they're trying to get into. This is something that uh they're they're kind of keeping watch on, as if they're trying to, make sure something doesn't get out, uh or something to that effect.
All right. Now
Um
I really want to get in there.
so what I think I'll give you here, as part of that role is, um what let's see. How do I want to do this? Um I think what you're able to find over there is basically, to put it in simple terms, is some kind of uh like magical explosive, basically, that they had used some to cause this cave in, uh something to that effect. um but you're able to find, another charge or two of whatever this thing is. It's something that, um I think, it's something that you might be able to recognize as something that has some amount of like cartographer influence on it. um in that it's something that, you know what it is, here I think is what it is. It's one of these tools, like these hammers or something, that has, you can see it kind of radiating some type uh of unnatural like power. uh and then and you can see, based on the way that these rocks have fallen, you can kind of see the markings of these like impact uh patterns and things like that, that you can put together, that this is what was causing this is what they were able to use to cause this cave in. So if you wanted to put that to any kind of use,
Mm-hmm.
you could.
I mean, I think I would definitely pick it up if that's coming with me for sure. Um, I think at this point, Brack would turn to Kinna and say, uh, "Any thoughts?"
Well, it seems like we're gonna have to make some noise here somewhere or other.
Um,
Wondering. And you can see him like trying to look around to see if he can like figure out any way to like quote unquote like remote detonate this somehow, or like you know, you see him like he goes over and like cautiously picks up this hammer and like tries to heft it to see like, is this something I could throw, is this you know.
mm, uh, hmm. My thought. My thought is, if we could do something to wreck that statue,
Hmm.
we could probably make as much noise back here as we wanted.
Probably also true. um
What's the how? What's the like? What's the status of this cave in? Is this? I mean, is it like rubbly? Is it like big, gigantic rocks? Is it?
Probably nothing like hugely enormous, or like maybe there's like one or two like really large chunks, but there's, you know, kind of all the above.
Something if we were to like climb up to the top and kind of start, quietly digging away, does it look like it's the kind of thing where like it's right here, it's just the entrance that's covered, or is it like substantial?
um I think, I mean, I think to try and be as like uh as I guess honest about it as I can. I mean, they have, I think it's probably somewhere in between. Because you know, they are kind of guarding it, so it's not like it's in a position that they feel like they can just sort of like set it and forget it.
Right.
Um, uh, but at the same time, they wanted to do it as well as they could be sure. Um, so it's like it's more than just like digging a few pieces of rubble out from the top.
Okay.
Is what I'll say. And if we want to say that you know made some bit of plan or whatever for Orin to trigger something or something like that,
Well,
I'm fine with whatever, you know.
well, my thought is more sending Kinna back sending Kinna back with the like enchanted pickaxe or whatever.
Hmm.
Uh
Oh, I see.
Telling Orn to come up here and having Kinna just freaking chuck that shit at the statue,
Uh-huh.
hoping, cuz I mean, my hope is that it would explode and send everybody into a frenzy while we make a ruckus
Yeah.
and start just yanking stones out and shit.
Sure. I mean, what I'll say is that is a lot of rolls.
Mhm.
um
Embrace difficulty, setbacks, and failure, Dan.
I mean, hey, sure.
Be bold, take risks. I've got the principles up in front of me.
Yeah. You got it. Yeah, I mean, sure. If that's the play you want to make here, I yeah, I don't know. Or do you have any thoughts on that? I'm just wondering if maybe there's a simpler way to accomplish that rather than having everyone sort of try and sneak around and swap places like 3 times.
Is
But
there a way they can like just signal me to the uh to the tower and I can try to just is it like is that tower like I can't imagine it being very well built, no?
no, like I said, this is some kind of like sort of statue altar type of thing where it's a bunch of pieces of like rock and metal sort of scribbled together in a vaguely humanoid shape. No, it's not nicely constructed at all. And like I said, I you know this is coming from the we played Blades in the Dark in the other game where they have a whole thing that you can do like flashbacks as part of the way that they um, run their things. So to say that like if you wanted to say like oh we had a little bit of a plan to say this going in, I'm totally fine with that and saying like oh we can give a little signal.
Well, I would just say like I think it'd be pretty like easy for them to just be like to like signal to me like hey walk point to the statue and like fist punching like to knock it over so that I could just do that since I'm probably my character's probably strong enough to just knock it over and then run to create a distraction and allow them to use the shovel or the pickaxe I mean to clear that area out and let out whatever's inside or get inside or whatever they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I think we should just do.
All right.
And if it gets bad, we can, we'll deal with that when we deal with that. Because guess what? I'm going to roll like crap.
All right.
I haven't stopped. Does that sound good, Chris?
That sounds good. I'm just trying to make things overly complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. If that's the way you want to do it, I'm trying to think if there's anything. What are your animancy? Your bone and blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Relating to foundation. He's taking the foundation out.
But bone is relating to foundation. Yeah, foundation, rigidity, resilience, and size.
Do I have that in
it's
my?
a big thing. That size.
Is that something that? Where do I find that?
So if you pull up in the journal, there's the handouts, the animancy. That has the elements listed right near the top.
The hell is the journal?
It's the third tab. So there's chat.
I just didn't know where to see where mine are, like where I have mine.
It's on the right side. There's the tabs along the top. The journal is the one that looks like a newspaper. See that or no?
No. I mean, where's my like? Where do I see it on my character sheet? Like,
oh. I think we had this conversation last time too. That's wrong.
It's very.
Yeah, I don't remember you. So you should write down that you are in your notes or something that your animancy is
Bone and blood.
Bone and blood.
Bone and blood.
I'm pretty positive that's what you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, blood and bone. And thought and sense are your weakness ones. Because you have two elements that are strong and two elements that are weak, and the rest are sort of
okay. I put it in my notes.
Yo. Okay. So if you that I mean that's also an option. If you wanna because that's rolling with int is animancy stuff.
Yeah, my
Um
intelligence is real bad, so I'm not gonna do that.
um
Probably just
uh
gonna use
yes, if you wanna play to your strengths.
Be a pushy boy.
Be a pushy boy.
but to get over there first, do I have to be dexterous?
I will say if you want to make a defy danger strength, I will I I will kind of let that ride for both you kind of like hoofing it in there, trying to knock it over and then trying to hoof it out. Um
Okay,
and to see
I
what
did it.
happens. Holy shit.
I
Um
got
you done
Holy
did
shit.
it. um
you know.
By powering through.
All right, so here's what Orn has been doing because he is not he doesn't like to be left out.
Sure.
Brack made that very clear. So as soon as they started giving him hand signals, Orn was confused until until they did the punching motion, and it just kind of all clicked. And without even a second thought, Orn just like started sprinting, like full on speed towards this towards this tower. As he's yeah, as he's running, uh I guess he kind of runs right through these tents over here, I guess,
Mhm.
and just barrels right into the thing to try to just like in one motion, like shoulder charge, shield out, pushing it over, and
And then
then
dives into the water on the other side.
yeah, is there a way to like go underneath that, or what is the best bet to go back out the same direction I came in?
Um. Oh, you literally have a move for this. Look at that.
Yeah, I
Bend
do.
bend bars,
Do have
lift gates.
yeah, I do.
Um. Probably should have done that, but uh,
I can do that if you want. That could be my to get there, and then I could bend bars,
yeah.
lift gates.
Let's do that. Let's do bend bars, lift gates to see your effect on this thing, and then your defy danger is sort of your kind of getting in and out, basically.
All right, I
9.
got
All right. So choose 2.
okay. It doesn't take a very long
That's a
time,
good one to choose.
and, and you can, I guess,
I mean,
uh,
I don't know how much of those other ones even matter, really.
yeah. Well, I just don't want to do the one that doesn't make noise.
Right.
I'd
Yeah.
rather make
Make
like
lots of noise and damage everything, and yeah, that's fine if you just want to do. Doesn't take very long.
uh,
Um.
and then you know what? I am gonna run straight for the water and jump in and go under the water and use the
Oh
this to breathe underwater.
wow! That is amazing. That is paying off for you.
Yes.
Use what?
Yeah, hit that. So in the session we did by himself when they were going down the river, there was an encounter with like a wild Velmiri, and Orn got a kiss from the wild Velmiri that gives him the ability to breathe underwater.
That's awesome.
That's
So
so
now your boy's just right here.
um that's incredible.
Stealth.
Nailed
Stealth.
it.
Um
Okay.
okay, so this is I feel like I need to do something to indicate that this is all right, well give me the image here. Hit me with some cinematic deliciousness about how this goes off.
So Orn, like I said, he gets his running start and shield out slams right into the side of it, and it slowly topples down like a tree falling, and just breaks. It's just broken, and Orn waits just enough time to hear people start rustling for him to be like, okay, I did my job. And then I jump into the little stream here and am going to just hide out underwater, Navy SEAL style, ready to come up at any moment.
That's awesome. So as they're all sort of wandering or sort of milling about here trying to figure out what did we just randomly get attacked by some mist monkeys that were trying to whatever, they're annoying, man. um they out from the darkness just hear this the thundering footsteps as you're sort of running in, and they're so you're immediately the if you're saying you're waiting for people to notice you after you hit it, like that is immediately, like, they kind of, some of them see you come in and watch you just sort of smash into this thing, and pieces of rubble go flying, and then the whole thing slowly ends up toppling over. um I'll even give you I'll even give you that it topples over on top of um somebody here, and they're dead.
Well, he did.
Just for some flavor. Um and you run off and dive into the water. Um so immediately as you dive into the water, a handful of things happen as we're uh gonna, well, let's Brack, you guys do your thing here. We'll see what happens with you, and then we'll see how all this shakes out and see what happens next.
Yeah, I think as soon as because I'm assuming we hear like some yells and stuff,
Oh, you hear some noise for sure.
and as soon as we hear noise, like, we're poised and ready,
Yeah.
and
This
just go to
one
town.
moves in, this one moves in. Yeah.
So yeah, big downward swing on rock pile.
With the that enchanted hammer thing.
Yeah.
All right. What kind of roll is that?
That's a great question.
I mean, I don't know that it necessarily is a hack and I think it's just like a defy danger strength or something.
But it could be defy danger, intelligence. If you're like looking for just the
you
right
know exactly what rock to hit.
And
Like,
I did get a very good discern realities roll.
You did. That is true.
Strength +2.
What is you're really gunning for the intelligence here.
Or I mean, I could just swing it really fast and not really hard and get the dexterity.
I think there's some amount of here. Okay, how about we do it this way? I'll give you this. If you're going for this fun intelligence angle that you're trying to, look and see exactly what are the right rocks to hit. If you want to pass the hammer to Kinnarinth,
and tell him which one to hit.
Tell him which one to hit. So basically we'll do a
So
do
I'm
your
doing a help and he's doing
do your thing, and you're doing a help. So it's all told, he's a +2 and you give him a +1 to the help. So we'll do a +3.
Yeah, let's do that.
How about that way? That's a cool picture, and that gives you a good.
I don't like it. I love it.
All right, let's do it.
2d6.
Is there a help? Is that just a thing I
You
do?
should probably. I think you might just need to do a 2d6 plus 3, just to just do it flat like that.
You want me to roll it?
Yeah, you're telling him to.
All right.
You're the
I'll
one
just
tossing
roll.
the hammer.
I'll just roll a dexterity.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Dexterity
that's
by
fine.
nature.
Yeah, because it's the same thing.
That's what that is. Hey.
This is amazing. I can't do anything to you guys if you keep rolling hot like this. Okay, so you take as soon as you hear that noise, you're up there and you're taking a quick survey and you find what looks like just the right rock. And then you beckon to Kinnarinth, you toss him the hammer as you sort of hop off the pile and try to get to a safe distance or something. I don't know. And he grabs on this hammer. I'm gonna say, just for the sake of this, because I think it's cool, this hammer is like pretty big. Like I'm thinking like sledgehammer type deal. And he's got all four hands on this thing up over his head and just thunders down. And the effect of this, I think, is a good bit more surprising than you expected. I mean, I don't know that you have any expectations about how a cartographer imbued magical hammer would work. But I think
Excited to find out.
I think thinking about it sensibly, it would have to be the kind of thing that you could use safely, right? You like, if people are using this, you don't want it to be a thing where you hit it and there's just like a giant explosion, right? Because then anyone using it would die.
Nobody would ever do
That
it.
wouldn't do. So I think probably what it is you see as it kind of falls through the air, you can see kind of like lines and markings on it. Sort of you can see them kind of start glowing pretty brightly as it's falling through the air and sort of gaining all of that energy from the swing. And then as soon as it hits, there's like a split second where it just like kind of clinks on the stone and does nothing. But then immediately after, there's this just absolutely deafening noise, as it's almost like a rocket blast kind of shoots out of the front of the hammer. And so it's, he comes down just gunning for this thing, swings down, clinks on the rock, like kind of bounces a little bit, and then just like sort of explodes down through the.
It reminds me almost like a Reinhardt ulti.
Sure, yeah. Kinnarinth is Reinhardt.
Yeah, like a Reinhardt ult. Or like a Thunderwave in D&D.
Yeah. That kind of thing. And so you see him sort of quickly try to like catch his balance as like the rocks right underneath just kind of blow down, and you see some of them are just like the ones closest to the hammer are just like completely eviscerated and get blown down. So here's what happens in all of this. Okay, so Orn has jumped in the river. And to be clear, this is like the little pond here is pretty deep because it's a waterfall down from the top. But this is more of a stream than it is a river. So I don't know that you're getting much depth to be able to swim down this river. But you could go pretty deep.
Water's really dark in the dark.
Water is really dark in the dark. That is also true. But I think you've immediately got a bunch of these. I'm just gonna throw a couple of these in just to this is not entirely representative, but just to say that they're there. A couple of them immediately come over and start like shooting arrows into the water. And others of them are you know, after that initial volley, sort of like take half a pause and be like, you know, trying to look for you. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? But you're down deep. And you know, they're expecting you to have to come up for air and you don't need to. um more of these are coming down, um of these fellows up here. And I don't know, maybe Brack, you're more in a position to be able to see this. So Kinna's up here. Where are you right at this second, Brack?
I
So we
think
can
if you were saying moving back to
Oh
like
sure,
a
yeah.
safe distance,
Love
just
that.
kind of around that.
So from there, you see this pair come out to the front of this tent in all this commotion. And the I mean, I don't know how well you can see them from here, but similarly to what Oren saw, the vibes you get from these two are just weird. And yeah, I don't think without any sort of more dedicated looks, you know, at them, you know, they are what you see. And then immediately at the top of this pile here, that's created a way through into this cave that worked. Made a huge noise, and so now some of these are starting to come around as well. So now you're creating chaos in this camp successfully. You look back as you know, you sort of look around to see some of these coming around. You look back over to here, and you, as you're watching these, some of these come out, and they freeze, because what they see, and you see them looking over towards the entrance of this cavern. And what you see is Kinnarenth, now with the hammer sort of dropped on the ground, and has his arms kind of up in the air a little bit, because he has some kind of weapon at his throat.
Oh.
And I don't know what exactly you'll be able to see from in here, but there is an Faith figure, and you can see at least a couple more of them behind, that has come out and is has Kinnarenth at sort of sword point here.
Okay. Quick question.
Yeah.
World question.
Yep.
Is it the majority of the Enfaith that we've encountered have been the part of the pirate group, right?
There was one you saw with the pirate group. There may have been another one around some of the towns or whatever. They're outside, you know, in quote unquote like civilized society. They're very rare. But yeah, you definitely, there was the one that you like interrogated, or Fawit, I think, interrogated at one point. But these are I mean, because you can see with the one that stepped out, these are dressed in a very particular way that is very different, from even any of the ones that you've seen. Um, that even with a limited amount of exposure you've had to them, you know, so far, you it's pretty clear that these are something different. Um, If that makes any sense.
All right. Hmm. So these two have stopped moving because they saw the end fade,
Correct.
probably, and they're clearly uncomfortable
Mhm.
with them.
Yeah.
I think Brack is going to go for kind of a enemy of my enemy is my friend type of play here.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to shoot these two.
Okay.
So I'll do another blot out the sun.
So you're
Use
trying
another...
to make yourself seen as shooting as attacking the
Yes.
Cortangel. Yeah.
So let me take another one off my bundle of arrows. Only got 3 left.
And you're going through them.
Well, I was down 4 already.
I'll say that there are more than just, I have 2 things out there, but they're more than just 2. So, I mean, you can, if you would like to say that if you would like to use more to try and kill more.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
You know what? Let's clear the board. I've been using this too many times. It's time. I'm shooting 5 at once.
Let's go.
All right. I don't roll blot out the sun though. I just roll volley, and I got my +1 forward from the last volley I did.
You still have your +1 forward. Yep.
Because I haven't failed. Okay, here we go.
That's a 9. All right. What are you choosing?
That was with the +1.
Oh, okay. So it's not a 10. You're saying?
No, it is a 9.
Okay.
So I'll do the... Well, I can't reduce my ammo by 1 because I'm out now. I'll do that. You have to move, placing myself in danger.
Okay.
And then I will do... Damage is... Fuck me! And my bonus damage is 4. So 5 damage to 5 people.
5 damage to 5 people. Okay. Okay. So sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, wherever you move me is where I'm, I guess, moving to take the shot from.
Right.
And as I do, I look over my shoulder and I yell up at the end phase, "We're not your enemies!" And then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. So so I think you have to get you're taking your shots and so you hit these front couple, and as you're shooting through to the ones at the back, these ones are sort of rushing up forward towards you. So I think we'll say that you've got these 2 here that are on you, and behind you I'm trying to decide exactly what happens with Kinnarinth here. Because
I would also like to hear what's going on with AJ's aquatic adventures.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very excited by that. So let's do this. Give me a do their thing roll.
A what?
So 2d6 plus 2 for Kinranth, just to kind of see how that goes.
6.
3, 4, 5, 6 total. Okay, so that is a failure. Um okay, so I think he tries to make um some you know, kind of gesture to indicate like, hey, I'm with him. Kind of a deal. To like seeing what you're trying to do. Um and uh and this and Faith doesn't buy it, I think. And he what kind of weapons would these things have? I'm gonna say that this one has like like a sword and a dagger or whatever. And I think he like straight up just uh looks at you and looks at Kinnarenth and just like then plunges his knife into Kinnarenth's side and like kicks him off of the top of this mound. Um,
No.
um, and then you see him uh sorry, this and Faith come rushing down. And let's do this.
They're in the walls.
And immediately 5 more of them come rushing out and start running through this camp. And are I think he like kind of lets you go basically. And so they're rushing out through here this
They're
way.
just dipping. Or
And
they...
and they're tearing through this camp and engaging with these the Cortangel. And like
but not the 2 that are surrounding me.
correct. That's what I said. So they're sort of like leaving you. If I think if you take a quick glance back at Kinnarenth, you can see that he's not dead, but he's in real bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Orn, what's going on over there?
It's a bummer he didn't see any of that. See what he's doing under activities. So there's no. So you're saying like, at what point here would it get to the point where he wouldn't be able to stay under the water without him being able to be seen?
I mean, so the deep part of this is going to be right under this waterfall.
Okay.
Right, because that's where the waterfall, the water is going to dig out the depth of this. I'm more imagining this as a more stream like. I'd be, if you want to try and see if you can get out through the stream. I'm willing to. I mean, you can make a roll to try and see how far that can get you, kind of a deal, or if that works. I will
Okay.
also say that these. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can't. These 2 are kind of coming out here towards
Okay.
you.
And now what's over here?
This
a
is
waterfall?
yeah. So this is the edge of the gorge. So this is that like 60, 80 feet high. This is the top of the gorge, the water stream, and then the waterfall over into this little pool.
Oh, okay. So the water's coming down into here,
Correct.
and then it's into
and
the.
then
Okay, great.
flowing away this way. Yeah.
Okay, so here's what Orn's gonna do. He is not gonna get out. but he's gonna get right over to the edge here,
Okay.
and he wants to grab this guy and drown him.
All right. Why don't let's call that a hack and slash, I guess. I mean your intent is to do damage here, so
There is no grapple.
Okay, so that's a hack and slash. What is that? That's just plus strength. Great. 12.
Nice. Deal your damage to the enemy and avoid their attack. At your option, you may choose to do plus 1d6 damage, but expose yourself to the enemy's attack.
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
So what am I doing?
So you are dealing your damage.
What is my damage these days? I don't even know anymore.
It's at the top of your, well, not the top, but near the top of your character sheet. You're a D10. Or wait, no, are you
I'm at D8.
D8? Because your frenzy takes you up to,
Right.
or not frenzy, bloodfire.
Bloodfire.
Bloodfire takes you up to a 10 and then to a 12 in frenzy. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm dealing damage now. So that was deal damage. Okay, great. I got an 8.
Nice.
Is that murder?
So okay, so 8 damage. And you don't have any. Oh no, not yet. Okay. Okay. So you grab this guy, and is you just for positioning sake, is your shield like on your back right now, or?
Yes.
Okay. So you grab him and you like snap a couple bones as you're pulling him in. So you've got him down here in the water with you.
Mm-hmm.
He is still struggling a little bit, and I mean you're also very big. But these things are probably of a size ish with you. Just to give that perspective. But
These
it's this
ones?
big. Yeah, these are, so they're, the easiest way to describe them is to say that they're like dinosaur centaurs. So they're like have the lower half of like a, like a raptor or something, and then like have a torso of a human.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So they're
So
so he's so you've got him down in the water. There's other ones up here that are trying to shoot at you down with their arrows, or trying to poke at you with spears or stuff, but you're successfully able to get back down in the water. These are just I mean, I guess no one can really see them from what's going on, but the camera sees them, and as there's sort of like carnage going on, as these the Infey, they're sort of tearing through this camp, and everything. You just see these two Kurchandjul figures walking directly next to each other, almost like perfectly in sync with each other, just slowly and steadily, just walking over towards where Orn is, as if they're completely, like, almost unaware of everything that's going on around them.
I don't.
Brack, what's up?
I guess I'm fighting.
Let's get it.
Not anything else to do.
Hey, don't forget about this guy. What's this guy doing?
Yep. I appreciate that reminder.
Yeah.
I noticed you got Kenna out of it before there was a fight.
That was not necessarily my plan.
All right, I'm gonna go for a hack and slash against this one on my right, I guess. see what I can do here.
Miss dumb shit. Our first miss of the night.
But Mark
Um,
XP.
I think so. My picture of what happens here is, these guys stab Kinna and then rush past Brack, and he's just like, "What the? What? Why would you do that?" And he just swings in like kind of in confusion almost, and yeah, misses because he is worried now about Kinna bleeding out behind him.
shit. Okay. um, what's your armor?
1.
Okay. Um, so these guys are so getting up close to these things. These things are like pretty savage. And being this close, you can see the the kind of the crazy in their eyes. Like you definitely, if you weren't convinced before that these were like fanatics, zealots, kind of something or other, like you are now fully convinced of that. Because these things just start like swinging. They've got gnarly like pole weapons and things, and they've got like uh like spikes wrapped around their tails and things. And they are going at you. And uh they you said you have 1 armor.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. All right. You take 10 damage from the 2 of them.
Oof.
Um and you're getting slapped around here. And uh yeah, and you see uh the Enfaith uh just trying to do their best to sort of rip through this camp. What did I say these were? And they're like, they are knocking people out left and right. Um uh you see one of them try and rush over towards these two, um to try and get something at that. And you see this kind of uh the way that these in faith move is because they're, their skeletons are made out of metal. And they look like, towards the lanky side, they're really tall, but they're really like sort of lithe. And uh they have a lot of muscle to them, obviously trying to move all that metal around. But they move in this very sort of strange, like almost, I think before I described them as almost sort of like moonwalky, in terms of like someone walking on the moon, not like Michael Jackson. um uh but they've got this weird sort of like loping, uh kind of slow-mo-ish grace to the way that they move. And this thing sort of runs over, sort of big two-handed weapon held high, trying to attack these two. um and it swings. And uh it's hard to tell from where you are. I mean, you're engaged with these two, but it swings and nothing happens. And you barely see uh one of them kind of turn its head. And maybe this is something that the kind of the camera sees more than you see, but there's this um some kind of like almost visible connection of like energy or something between the two of them, uh as this attack tries to swing at them. and has somehow no effect, as if it like you can't see if it like passes through them or if it, if they miss or what. But one of them just sort of inclines, gives the briefest like half look back. And this one, uh the like the skin part of them just like melts off of their metal skeleton. And they are dead, as other ones are running through. But you have now witnessed the power of something that you don't understand right now.
Right.
And just to give you a little bit of help here, as you're seeing all that from the darkness behind the tents here, you see a slight glow of golden of a slight glow of golden light, as Bridge jumps out from behind this tent and grabs this guy by the shoulder, and dives over. So now you've only got one of them on you, and Bridge is here in it with you.
Yeah.
Orn, what's up?
What's up? All right, so you were just talking about these two red dudes, yeah?
Correct.
All right, so if they look at me, I'm gonna like that evaporate. I don't like that a whole lot.
No, just your skin.
Well, that's what
Uh,
happened to these ones anyway.
Right, that's what happens to
To,
the in fade.
to this
Harper,
one, yeah.
I don't want you here. All right, so I got one underwater. Oh my gosh, this dog just spilled soda. You're an idiot. But I love you. You're cute. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I wanna. I'm how I see it right now is I'm underwater with the one guy.
Yep, still
I
grappling
want
underwater with him.
I want to try to finish him off.
Okay,
Uh, so I guess that'd be another hack and slash.
let's do it.
Okay, I keep bringing that up, and then
Did you get because you did damage, right? So you get a tick on your blood fire?
yes, so that was terrifying. I have terrifying now,
Okay.
and now I also have the Constitution, so
Okay.
it went up. So, yeah, I got another 10, so I'm gonna deal my damage.
Did you do your raw?
I did not.
You should do that, right? Because that's when you go into battle, isn't it? Or do you
Uh,
not feel like you're in?
oh yeah, you right.
Look at me being a fan of the players. I just remember because
Uh,
the last time you like ran into a fight, you got a whole bunch of marks on your
yeah, I
thing
mean, I
right
don't
away.
want to like when you go into battle. I
So
don't necessarily
you're
like
not considering
want.
yourself going into battle right yet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right
Okay,
now it's just I'm still kind of like
picking them
hiding.
off.
I don't consider it at a battle right
Okay.
now. I everything else that's going on. I've pretty much only seen the people shooting at me. I don't know anything that's going on with my friends. Battle is more so like for Orn. It's when when the people he's with are in danger. That's when it's
Gotcha. Okay.
that's when that thing clicks in his head when the crazy comes out. So right now I don't think I have.
Okay. All right. So your hack and slash was a 10.
Yes,
All right. Deal that damage.
that's right. D8. 4.
Okay, that is enough to finish this one off.
Nice. I'm also going to use Glad of War. Uh, when you deal the killing blow, here I'll just put it in the thing. heal a number of HP equal to the damage you rolled.
Oh, nice.
So I'm also going to heal up to 27. And yes, now I am done.
All right.
It's back under the water so nobody can see me.
Okay. Brack.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for another. How's the guy that? Well, it doesn't matter. He's otherwise engaged, so I'm gonna fight the guy that's still fighting me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me get back to the rolls. Glad of War. Yeah.
There it is. Oh, that's it. And then you great. So now I feel like you're like you had your moment of like, what's going on? Right. And kinda getting shanked and whatnot. But now you're
Yeah.
like you're battle mode engaged. So hitting you with that damage.
And if your option, you may choose to do 1d6. Oh. Let's see. What do we get? I'll try to do the 1d6 and see if I can one shot this
Okay.
dickhead.
Because if you don't, then he gets to hit you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
High risk, high reward. 7.
So you take you're getting in a fierce melee with this thing. You can Bridge is tearing into this one next to you, and just sort of like leaping all over it and whatnot. And you can hear her making um uh I think she's animals are not the smartest things in the world, so I feel like she's not aware of the gravity of the situation. So I think for her this is like a game. Like she's like gleefully um tearing into this thing. And you hit, and you see as you're in the melee with this thing, he's they're swinging at you with this gnarly looking pole arm, and you're dodging out of the way, and you're taking shots at it, and you see an opening, um and you go for that, what you hope is that killing thrust, and just at the last second it turns just enough to have some of it glance off a little bit of armor, and you get purchase, but not quite all the way there. And this is looking rough, but is still up. And will do 3 damage to you.
All right.
This dude's got more than 11 health? What the heck?
Well, also armor.
Yeah, you right.
It'd be more than 12 health with the 5 damage I did at the beginning, right? Or was this not one of the ones that I...
No, this was. Hang on. Did I calculate this wrong? I totally did. I'm so sorry. I was counting all that as separate. You do kill this guy. Take that.
I'll take those 3 health back.
Take
Thank you
those
very much.
3 health
I
back.
I got you, Chris. I got you.
Thanks, AJ. I appreciate that.
That was me casually.
I was,
you, Dan,
yeah.
being like,
I had
No.
forgotten.
I
So
appreciate being kept honest. I was applying the armor to each, like both of your instances of damage there, instead of as a whole. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So this one is dead. Bridge mangles this one. Let's stick with you here for just half a second. What is going on with you now after this?
I think he would run straight to Kinna and see what the damage is, what needs to be done.
Are you does your I feel like your doctor role is something that takes some time, or I don't know.
I have bandages.
Oh, what do bandages do?
Let's see. Bandages. When you have a few minutes to bandage someone else's wounds, heal them for 4 damage. Or first aid is when you take a moment to see to someone's physical wounds.
Okay. And what is the first aid? How much does that do?
If I get a 10 plus, they hold 3. If I get a 7 to 9, they hold 1. And it can recover a D8, be cured of a known poison or disease, or remove 1 debility.
Okay.
If they use all 3 holds.
So let's say this. You because the focus is sort of off you in this. I think so you go running over to Kinnarenth. I think Bridge comes and follows you and I think starts kind of like looking at Kinnarenth a little bit. I think she starts to understand um you know, she sees the person who gives her scratches and good meat cuts in immense pain and is worried by that. And
I think I'd look at Bridge and say, Bridge, no strangers get close. And this might be surprising to her.
Yeah.
I don't know if she understands me more than she normally does. That's a question for
I mean,
for you onto how
do you have
language
to
works.
do you have to like consciously be talking to the animal for them to be able to understand you, do you think?
I wouldn't think so, because I thought I was going insane when I just started hearing animals speak.
Well, but you can hear them all the time.
Yeah. So the question is, can they always understand me?
I don't know. That's
That's up to you.
I mean, I do think it's more. I do think this moment in particular is more interesting if this is the first time like she actually understands you talking to her.
Okay.
Because you weren't trying to directly talk to her before. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to say that that's the way this works, but uh, but yeah, I think she gets your meaning, and she you hear her give a really gnarly like growling purl that she's like, okay, yeah, and she's like angry now, and she starts sort of prowling around the area, so we'll keep you safe for the moment. So if you I'll say this, if you want to use a use of your bandages and roll your uh roll your first aid, I will depending on how that roll goes, we can sort of kind of bring him back from the brink, because he's like really in a bad way right now.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll use the bandages. So the bandages heal them of 4 damage.
Okay.
And then let's hit a come on first aid roll. It's 1.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll that D8.
Just roll damage. Hey.
Nice. Okay, so I think you're able to get him stable enough that I don't know. I mean, what's your like best case scenario here? Are you because he's like, this isn't gonna magically make him be able to get up and fight.
Right. No,
After
I just
being
want him
shanked.
to not be dying.
Yes, he is not dying. I think you're able to get him in a condition that you recognize as being stable enough. Um, do you like want to try and hide him or get him away, or
I'm trying to make the decision as to whether or not the the spy that we had that we found way back at the beginning, was that an end faith?
the contact?
Yeah,
No, she was human.
she was human. So I'm wondering if it was these end faith that she was sending us to find, or if it was something else that's inside this that maybe they were also looking for. Whether or not we can GTFO, or you know what, maybe I think I'll pull him up into the cave.
Yeah, I think I think he might like suggest that type of thing, just like to get him out of the way.
Just get him inside. He's not. Yeah.
And I think Bridge comes here to sort of prowl around the entrance as well, to stand guard. As he's like set up and he's got like a bow out as he's leaned against the wall.
All right.
All right, and then where are you going from here?
I think I've got to go try to find AJ. So my thought is I want to follow like their trail of destruction.
Their trail of destruction. It is
Hoping that they saw me, they saw me fight their enemies. So even though they didn't help me, hopefully they won't turn on me, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, I don't want to throw more tokens out, but they're sort of moving this way, and whatever. So you're kind of following them. These have moved over here a little bit. There's a bunch of these over here that have kind of tried to form up a little line. I think these are yeah, I think there's one more that has gotten killed in the fighting. And yeah, I mean there are bodies like strewn all over here. And you're trying to sort of move. So this area over here, kind of around these two, is where the fighting is now becoming the most intense. There's not a lot. I mean, they're down to, I mean, probably, I don't know, like less than 10 total, besides these red guys left of the Cortangel, of the Zealots. So what's the kind of move that you want to make through here?
Are all 10 of them kind of in?
Yeah,
in here,
they're all
area?
sort of centralized in this area. Yeah.
All right. I think Brack would kind of swing wide.
Okay.
To like over to here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to try to take a shot at one of these red guys through the tents.
Yeah. Okay.
Hit him with a volley. And I'll do the take what you can get.
Okay, so minus 1d6.
So we'll hit a 6. And a bonus damage. And now 1 damage. if it does anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's so I think that it's an interesting way that sort of worked out to begin with. But so as you're sort of working around, you're sort of trying to line up this shot. As you're trying to get a bead on these guys, it's hard to at first you're dodging around the tents and like trying to get a good shot and to line that up, and you're finding it hard to do, so you're trying to move, um and uh you end up sort of committing to a less than great shot, but it's almost as if uh it's the kind of thing where um you can't like look directly at it somehow. Like as soon as you're trying to sort of focus your bead in on them and try and target, like it gets kind of like fuzzy a little bit, or something, and it's like your focus kind of slides past them a little bit, and you can see this again, this sort of ripple of almost like physical energy, or something kind of between the two of them, um and the arrow, you watch the arrow sort of fly, and then it's gone somehow, um and has no discernible effect, um and as they marched closer over here, they you know they see the body of the one float up to the top here, Orn. um and both of them uh kind of reach out with the same hand in complete unison towards the water, um and the water just starts like evaporating and like splitting and just like
Oh,
sloughing off into any direction and into nothingness, um and they now have a sort of a clear line of sight as this pool is being kind of emptied of water, and you hit the bottom of it, and start kind of like slipping down the steep sort of slope of the bottom that goes down toward the deepest part of the water. But you're no longer have your water cover, um, and these guys are bearing down on you.
okay. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there? Do I still have enough time to get out of the water from like here?
Yeah, sure. If you want to, yeah. That, yeah.
So
Saying you're slipping down wasn't. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay. So what I want to do is I want to grab this guy
Mm-hmm.
and use him as like use him to pull me up, but throwing him down at the same time.
Okay.
And then I want to rush towards this guy. So I don't necessarily want. I just want to like disable this guy, like or just like keep this guy from doing anything.
Uh huh.
And I want to attack this guy.
Okay.
That's
So yeah. So I think the first part of that move is like a defy danger strength, I guess.
okay.
And then would be the hack and slash to go into this the second guy here.
Okay. So defy danger. Do I have it set to strength? I do. 9.
Okay. Choice. Um. So here's what happens. Um. They have like sort of reached down and started evaporating this water to get at you. You reach up and grab onto this guy, and successfully sort of toss him down, get yourself up. But what you see when you get out, you're intending to sort of run over to this guy, is you now see these two turn their uh, direction towards the arrow that just flew at them, towards Brack, and this one is focused on you, and these are now focused on Brack.
Huh. Okay. Can I instead put myself in between these two and Brack, like in this area?
Sure. What's your intention here?
I would prefer them not to attack Brack.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I would only be um I guess that would be defend.
Um.
Or I guess I could just try to go towards them and try to attack them. I don't think that'll go very well, but
Yeah. I mean, it's. I guess it. Yeah. It depends what your intention is. Are you trying to just pull focus, or are you trying to um
yeah,
uh
I just full focus.
okay. I think that sounds like some kind of a defy danger, because the defend, I mean, the defend is would be you getting, I think you're like not
Okay, then
close enough to Brack to defend. So yeah, I don't know.
so let's do it this way then, because since they are pointing their damage towards, or seems like they're about to do something towards Brack.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I think that the like for lack of a better word, stupid side of him just decides to barrel straight towards them, shield out, instead of towards the other guy.
Oh, I
So
see.
be a hack and slash.
Okay, just going for it. All right, let's hit it.
Ooh.
um. Okay. Go ahead and roll
I don't
your
recommend the extra damage.
roll
Yep.
roll your damage.
Um. So I do think I'm at a D10 now.
Are you, well, is this you charging into to battle? Are you
Um.
I mean,
No,
like it you, so you don't want to roll your roar.
I don't.
Okay.
But that is my third attack. How many attacks have I done? Just to see. Okay.
You did
No, this is
2
my
on the
last.
dead guy.
Yeah.
This
I
will
All right.
be your
So
third.
oh, one. Great. Fantastic.
cuz I don't I mean, so here's the thing with the raw move is, like, I think regardless of whether you're intending to roll that move or not, like that's what you're doing.
So you think I
You know what
should
I
have to
mean?
roll that regardless?
I think so. I mean, I think, to be honest about what you're doing here, because especially even what you were saying before is where you're like, this is you directly saying, Bragg is in danger. I'm going in,
Okay.
right?
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. I'll roll that first then.
I mean, yeah, just roll that and we'll kind of roll all this in together here.
13. Great. Okay. So that's Mark 3 rage before my damage, which would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I am frenzied.
Okay.
Don't love that.
um. All right.
Kind of just doing that. All right. So
Yeah.
it would be a D12. Can I roll that D12 since
Sure. That's fine.
7?
Okay. Um. All right. So here's what happens here. Um. So you see them shift their focus towards Brack, and you run at them. And the blood fire is coming into full effect here. And so what happens is you run into the two of these with your shield forward, and knock. Let's, for the sake of this, say you get this one, and knock this one over this way, and you're a total of 7 damage.
Yes. That's piercing.
And you see, like, there's a moment where as you're charging in towards them, you get that same kind of sensation of, like, it's hard to focus directly on them, but your sort of rage is just barreling you straight forward into this thing, and pushes through that. And then as soon as you ram into the one of them and start pushing them away, you can see whatever that kind of connection between the two of them sort of pulls apart and frays. And as soon as that happens and you get that second one away from the first one, you're suddenly able to sort of put that full focus towards this one, and knock it away, and deal damage to it. And what's strange, as for one, as you're getting close, really up close to these guys, and right next to them, you can see that not only do they look really similar, they're the same. The only thing that you can make out, one of them, these are two male Cortangel. They've got, like, long beards, long hair. One of them, you notice, has, like, its hair and its beard is, like, slightly shorter, but, like, the same, otherwise, like, exactly the same. And that one, the one that has the slightly shorter hair, has this really gnarly mark, like, up around its shoulder and neck, that looks like somewhere between, like, a scorch mark and like a cauterized wound, or something. It's really like, pretty messed up looking. But otherwise, that one has that mark on it and the other one does not. Otherwise, they are, like, completely identical to each other. And when you hit this one, what's this hit look like?
I mean, so I've already tackled it, or I've already pushed it away.
You pushed it away is, I think, a better.
I think I push it away, and then I take the shield is on my left arm, and it's just kind of like a backhand, straight to the face.
So you see its face, like, like, blood comes spurting out of its face. And maybe Brack, from the other, from your vantage point, as soon as you see that happen to the one of them, you can see, like, blood also comes squirting out of the face of the other one as it's just standing there, like, its blood starts running out of its nose.
Okay.
And whatnot. But yeah, and then as you have, gotten this thing, over and sort of towards the ground or whatever, you immediately start to feel this really bizarre, like, you can feel it moving, back towards the other one, but it's not like it's almost like it's being like magnetically like pulled back towards the other one.
Orin yells out, "He's using the force."
Dan, I broke my character.
Uh-oh. Well, you do.
I don't know. I don't have my sheet anymore.
Uh-oh.
Click the button to have your sheet again.
You can't.
Duh.
Did you pop it out in a different window or something? That's a thing
Huh?
you can do.
I was trying to add a picture, and okay.
Weird.
If I leave and come back, there it is.
Okay.
Like storytelling here, Chris.
Sorry.
Jeez. It definitely wasn't my fault for yelling they're using the force. Well, it definitely wasn't my fault.
Yeah, and all around you the sort of the carnage of this is still raging. Um and whatnot. Brack, what are you doing as you see that all happen?
I think once I see him do damage, once they're separated, uh, Brack's gonna try to do a called shot.
Ah, okay. On which one?
On the one, this one,
That one.
the
Okay.
right one, the more distant one.
Okay. I guess make that roll and we'll see what happens.
Let's see. You get back down to the bottom. Hell yeah.
Woo! Deal damage and pick 2.
All right, so I'm gonna do damage 3. I don't think I get beast strike damage. I think I only get that on volley, right? Oh, sorry.
My man's hitting all kinds of damage.
I don't.
Woo!
I can't hit these little drop down buttons anymore for some reason.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Or man's keeps hitting things, getting more damage off.
I'm imbuing my weapon with animantic
Yeah,
power, so
no,
I guess
that's
it would still
yeah.
count.
Take that damage.
So
Okay, so it's a total of 6 damage,
6
right?
there, and then I want to stun, hobble, or trip.
Okay.
I think I want to stun him, and then I'll do the plus 1d4 damage.
All right.
So it's slash R 1d4. So it's 9 damage total.
Total of 9 damage.
Hey Dan, does this person have armor?
The 2 of these?
Yes.
I mean none that you can see.
Okay.
Great. Let's I really need to pee. So let's take a quick break.
A bio break,
Bio
as
break.
Taylor would say.
We'll be right back with the thrilling conclusion of this thing. Where's my Okay, and back. Oh man, and I can't talk. Great. Um. Okay. So. Um. Okay. So you did a total of 9 damage. And what was the other one you did? You
Stunned.
stunned them. Okay. So you hit this one. What does an arrow that stuns someone look like?
Uh, that's a great question. You know, I don't think I can think of a good narrative response for how an arrow would stun someone, but I can think of a good narrative response for how an arrow would hobble someone.
Okay.
So I'll do hobble, and I'll just say it hits them right in the knee.
Like right in that haunch. Their raptor
Yeah, right.
leg.
Yeah, right in their little backward facing raptor knee.
Um yeah, okay. And this yeah, and so this is your beast strike empowered. You take your time as you see Orn sort of crash into the second one. You see it take that damage. It starts like, the one you're looking at starts leaking that blood out of its nose. You line up that shot as you see in Faith and other of the Cortangel sort of tussling through the battle, and that shot zips, straight through over this tent, right through another melee, um, and just gets that extra sort of boost of magic. Use your um, arrow flies through and slices straight through it, uh, hits and gets deep purchase in the haunch of this is this thing, and you can see it sort of uh, immediately sort of like um, stumble down towards that side and have trouble sort of catching itself. Um, and AJ, while you're sort of half on top of this other one, or Orin, sorry, um, you see the same spot on the one you're on top of, in that sort of haunch knee area, just sort of like rip open and start pouring blood out. And it has that same kind of like stumbling reaction, even though it's sort of off of its own balance. Um, but that pull you were feeling before gets stronger and stronger, and as you sort of look back towards the other one, you can see these sort of like bonds of energy that have like frayed. You feel the one that you're on top of is like sort of pushing you back, or pushing you backwards now with uh the strength of its pull, and you can see the edges of that frayed energy just like trying to get back together, and sort of link back up. What are you doing?
Oh, what am I doing? It's trying to get back together.
Yeah, these, like I said, this sort of kind of connective energy sort of stuff that was between them, that when you push them away, it sort of frayed and broke, as if they're like sort of uh intangible, like sort of cords through the air that were linking the two of them, that you could see when you were
Mhm.
trying to, like, target them, basically, that they pulled apart. And now, as the one is sort of pushing you back towards it, you can see those connective strands are like trying to get back together and link up again, to connect these two things back together.
Okay, I would like to try to push it away again.
All right. Is that well no, that's an
That would
inanimate.
be defy danger.
Yeah, I think that's a defy danger.
Okay.
Strength.
Oh yeah,
Woo! That's a 12.
that's my boy.
So you get that push. Brack, what are you doing with that opportunity? We can sort of link all this together.
I think Brack's gonna go for just a volley.
All right. Okay. Make your choice on that 8.
Well, don't have any more ammo. I'm gonna risk it on the negative 1d6.
Okay.
So hit damage. Hit beast strike. So 7 minus fuck. One damage.
So 1 damage. So so as they're trying to sort of pull back together, Orin, you just like uh you know plant your foot in the ground and bow your shoulder into this one and just sort of like push, and you can feel this is like a big strain to try and push this thing away. The whatever this like gravity is between these two things is really strong. um and Brack, you take your shot, and I think it's 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 the kind of thing where like you get your shot off, but it's like just um one of those like tendrils of energy just kind of lick themselves just together, um right at the moment where your arrow sort of flies through it and it ends up sort of uh, uh almost like veering off a little bit, and ends up just sort of um grazing the like the neck of this one, straight through that really gnarly uh marking wound, whatever that is. And Yeah, it's the kind of thing that you feel like, knowing yourself as a hunter, like you feel like that should have been a killing blow, like that should have been a killing shot. And uh it just ended up veering off at the last second there. um uh so Orn, as you are um trying to push these things together here, or apart, this one here comes over and is making to make a swing at you. Um,
Okay. Bring it.
or actually, you know what it is? It's this, because these two are together. It's this one that you threw into the river here.
He's
has
back.
since climbed out and is bearing down on you now as you're still trying to sort of push these two things together. Um, what is it that you do?
Has he tried to hit me yet?
He is on his way to do just that.
I mean, bring it on. Like, I don't. My goal is to keep these things as separated as possible.
Right. And so I think that's the kind of thing where if you turn with the amount of effort that it's taking you to keep these things apart, if you turn your focus towards,
Yeah, I'm not changing focus.
okay. So you're going to keep trying to
Yeah.
okay. All right, so this thing is just going to deal its damage, and are you, so you want to do the defy danger strength again to try and keep these things pushed apart?
Yeah. 11.
Nice.
My boy.
This is
Can we get an update on the Enfaith contingent?
Yeah, they're so how much armor do you have right now? You have a lot of armor right now, don't you?
I don't want to tell you until you tell me how much damage you did.
No, that's not how this works.
Well, you're just gonna say one more. I have 5 armor right now.
Okay. So you take 4 damage as this
After
thing.
the armor.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has like a spear, and it's just like trying to. It runs up and jams a spear into your like back leg as you're trying to sort of heave.
Okay.
But you keep the uh you keep them apart for now. So the Enfaith have continued to sort of battle through this um you know, a bunch more of these have died. I think there's um uh
Hey Dan,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
Would Ben Barr's lift gates be applicable here?
I don't think so, because that says inanimate object, right?
Yeah, but the inanimate object is the strings pulling it back together.
Those are that's not like a thing. That's not like a tangible thing, because you're
Okay.
just trying to sort of move the second one to keep it far enough away that the you know, the quote unquote
Okay.
strings can't connect.
Okay. Fair enough.
Uh, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So
In faith.
so I think there's one of them that is running in to try and to get at this thing. Brack, you're gonna make your move before that happens.
Okay. Am I good to go then?
Yes, so you can go ahead and go.
All right. Brack's gonna go for another called shot.
Okay.
And pick one. All right. I'm going to. I'm going to deal the damage.
Okay. The +1 or plus 1d4.
4 and a 4 and a 3.
Okay. So you
11.
You take the time again to line this shot up. And having seen the last one sort of hit at just the wrong time, Orn, you take that spear stab to the haunch, just as and this Enfaith comes in and takes a huge sweeping slice with its big like kind of glaive like weapon, and lops the head clean off of this one, as you give one last sort of mighty heave against this, and just as you see those bands of energy clear, Brack, you let that arrow fly straight into the face of this one, on the on this side, and it drops as the arrow goes right through its face, and you see, you know, blood erupt from the face of the other one, and they both fall dead, exactly at the same time. So this is has been cleaned up, and now so what's left? There's this is the I don't remember what colors these were. Okay, so these are the um so uh as these are dead, these two come over here to you, Orn, and this one to you, Brack. Um and still are approaching you with an amount of hostility. Um uh
Yeah, that might not go well for Orn, but Brack drops his weapons. He's fucking tired. Not
um
feeling great.
and this one here with you uh Orn, how are you reacting to that as these two come over here? I mean, this one killed the one that stabbed you, but they're still sort of at you here with swords pointed, um, and are asking.
So the problem,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I am frenzied.
You are frenzied.
He am frenzied.
I
Yeah.
want to be like you could have done something way sooner, but I'm letting you know now.
Okay. Um.
So
Uh,
they, to be fair, they. So hang on a second. It. Let me check something. Um.
can I change what I did?
Sure.
So are they an enemy?
Uh. They are making hostile. I mean, they're pointing weapons at you.
I mean, so if they're an enemy, then I would still be frenzied. If they're not, then I would clear all my rage.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're technically hostile towards me, I guess I'm still frenzied.
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything because I didn't see them attack. I saw them attacking the same people that were attacking us. So Orn wouldn't the normal version of Orn wouldn't attack them.
Yeah.
I think
Um. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
one
Go
that
ahead.
approaches me, I think, because I've seen Orn get like this a couple of times now.
Uh huh.
As he approaches me, I think I throw down my weapon and I go, "Your friends and my friend are still in danger."
Um.
Uh,
Okay.
and does he react? Is there anything?
Um. I think there needs to be a role here. I think to be the most honest about what could potentially go wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
um. Yeah, I think there needs to be. Um. I mean, is this a parlay? I mean, are you exerting some kind of leverage here?
I mean, I don't have any leverage.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, his leverage is kind of me. No,
I guess the rest of, I mean, if he's going to attack me, I'm just going to die. But if he's listening to me, I would say more.
Yeah. Let's I mean, because so parlay is with charisma anyway. Let's call this a defy danger charisma. And do it that way. Um, see what happens.
All right.
Um, okay.
With charm and social grace.
The most Brack thing.
Most Brack thing.
Okay, so I think what he does is he, without looking, sort of throws a hand back to give a signal to the other two, and they put their weapons up. And he puts his weapon on you. Um,
But we're behind a tent, and he can't see that I'm being threatened. So if
Sure,
they've put their weapons
sure.
up, does he
Yeah.
lose his rage?
If you yeah, I'll get you. You know, you got the partial success, and I think that was like that's the biggest danger of things going wrong here. So uh, yeah, so I'm willing to call that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, that Orin, you're well, especially because in your immediate vicinity, you see the sort of the threat release,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so I think that can sort of pull you back down. Um, to color that, what do you then do from there, Orin, as you're sort of coming off of your blood fire here?
Um. Ooh. Yeah. Orn also puts his shield down, and yeah, he's also done. I think he's tired
Mm. Yeah, I mean you've
from what
been
just happened.
marching since the beginning of this day, uh, and yeah.
I think it's like he kind of like shield down, and then he like plops down with his shield like in the ground. So he like shows his strength by pretty much putting his shield and slamming it into the ground. Can I do that? Can I
Sure.
roll like a strength to kind of intimidate? I know that's not a thing.
Sure. Why not?
I don't know what that would be.
I mean, defy
We have
danger.
parlay strength.
Yeah, sure. It's with strength.
Whatever. I mean, yeah. But yeah, he's putting his field into the ground and
Yeah.
then falling down next to it.
Yeah, I mean you spent the last thing of this just like straining with all your might trying to keep these two things separated, and got stabbed in the leg, and
Right.
yeah. So you tried to pull a power move and it didn't exactly go the way you had hoped,
It didn't go as deep into the ground as I wanted, but
but it got there. um so Brack, you behind this tent has this other one. He's got this big sort of glaivish sword that he's now sort of swung to the edge of your neck, and demands um I'm trying to think what he even I think he says, "How have you come by this place?"
Found a map in a tree on a mountain, and God, I'm so fucking tired. I think Brack like kind of after he realized that the danger was over, he probably fell back onto his ass. He's just sitting in the grass now. Uh and then he says, I don't suppose you know Lelish.
I do not know this one of whom you speak.
You're gonna have to remind me of who
Arnid,
the people were.
the
That
agent you're talking about, Arnid.
the agent was Arnit.
Arnid,
Arnid
yeah, it's a
wasn't in my notes.
woman. Yeah.
How about Arnid?
That you see a spark of recognition in their face, and they say, "How do you know this one?"
Friend of a friend. We were sent to look for her and found her dead.
Um, so I think at this he they sort of kneel down, which even then, being as tall as they are still like pretty high. And all they do is sort of put their hand out, like palm up towards you, um, in uh kind of a demanding gesture. Um, uh,
Brack definitely says, if you're looking for money, I gave my last 2 coins to some mist monkeys.
um, he I keep saying he either, not, uh, they are not abused, um, but sort of offers his hand, offers their hand again, and says, "Your hand."
I give him my hand.
Um, you you put your hand in theirs, and uh, you can feel the coolness of the metal, that sort of the patterns of metal that sort of swirl through their hands, and uh, as that happens, you feel like a flush of heat through it, and you feel that heat sort of flush through your body, um uh and they look at you, um and and all they do is kind of nod, um and they say, "Very well." um and you kind of get the sense that whatever that was some kind of like confirmation, of some kind, but um uh all they do then from there is turn around, look towards their, um towards the other two that are left, um and he they kind of beckon them, and they head back over, toward the cave, without really saying anything else. What
I
do you
think I call after him and say, my other friend's over there. Please don't kill him.
do? Um
Uh,
yeah, I don't think they give you much acknowledgement there, but the three of them sort of walk over, um and they, uh yeah, I mean, if you're following them to see what they're doing, or whatever, I don't know, but the regardless, the camera at least will see them head into the cave, and Bridge uh is kind of uh growls at them a little bit, but they just sort of walk past, and they go back into the cave, and then like a minute later, um one of them comes out with some kind of uh stone, um it's larger, like a little larger than like a large brick, basically, um but they have it sort of half wrapped up, um in some kind of thing, and they take it, and they start walking away.
is that what we were looking for?
I don't know that you have any way of knowing that.
Do I know what I was looking for?
No.
Uh, I think Brack probably would have gone and made sure that Orn was okay first.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so are they Like they're on their way out of camp.
They're on their way out. Yep.
Are they going north, south? South?
South.
I think, yeah, Brack would kind of chase after them. And say, is that what Arnid was looking for?
So the one at the front stops, looks over toward you, and they say, yeah, having not told them really anything more than just that you were a friend of Arnid's, they say, we thank you for what you have done here, but our business is our own.
I think at that point Brack would just say, well, whatever it is, I'd rather you have than they did. Glad some of us made it out. And then he would go to check on Kinna again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then, so they leave. And then from there, what happens? What happens now? You're in a camp full of dead things. It's the middle of the night or getting on towards morning now.
They didn't do anything with their buddies' bodies or anything, huh? They just pieced out.
That is a good question. um, no, they definitely would have. They definitely would have taken the bodies, including this one. So they would have just like silently fashioned some sort of like litter or whatever, and these two I did teal and then okay, so these are the yeah, so they would have gathered the four total of them, um and hauled them out with them.
AJ, what are you thinking?
I mean, I don't like that we did all this for literally nothing. So that part kind of stinks.
I'm in no
Also,
shape for another fight, though.
no, I know, but also it's like I would want to be like, listen, we let you out of there. Like we deserve more than.
Say it.
Yeah, is
All right.
this stuff you're saying to them?
Speak your truth.
Yeah, before they leave, after
Maybe as
Brax,
they're gathering up their bodies.
Brax
yeah,
tired and beat to hell. He's not he's not arguing.
Orn says, I think we deserve a better explanation about this. You said it's a stone, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
About this stone. We're the reason you guys even got out of this cave in the first place. We have been traveling for days, have been attacked countless times over and over again. I've lost control over myself. You stabbed our friend, and your response is
Our
our business,
business is our
our
own.
business. this is crazy, and I want answers now. And Orn stands up and pulls his shield out of the ground.
Um, the one that's been doing the talking looks dead at you, um, in the eyes as the others are sort of gathering up the bodies. Um, and says, "You feel that your loss entitles you to anything about us. You know so little, and what we have lost helps us to ensure that things stay that way."
Orn looks back and says, cut the high and mighty stuff. You think you're so smart, yet you were the ones trapped in a cave. If you think you can take such good care of this stone, then you wouldn't have been trapped in the first place.
You speak of high and mighty. Oh, I need to say, they also, um, so this, so in addition to the bodies they pull from the battlefield here, they pull, uh, so some of them are, one of them is collecting all the bodies out here. The other two are going, um, into the cave. And as you're saying this, I think, uh, as he starts to respond to you, you see the other two that have come from the cave, pulling 6 other bodies. Um, and he says, "You have no idea what we have sacrificed here."
I think wherever this conversation is happening, Brack is again sitting down on the ground, kind of like one hand on his head, and he just goes, "Well, it'd probably help if you didn't try to kill the people who tried to help you." He meaningfully looks at Kinna. I don't know what Kinna's doing.
Yeah, I think at this point he's sort of like hobbled over to join you, with Bridge. And I think,
I'm just here to be a sassy bitch at this point.
hell
I'm
yeah,
be honest with
I'm
you.
here for it. I think they look at you again, Orn, and say, um, um, what does he say? They say, "There are things worth unimaginable sacrifice, worth any loss. These are the things that we protect. These are the things we have died protecting. Are there not things that you would give such for?"
Hmm. Orn says, what do you think we are doing out here if it isn't that? We want to save and protect people just like you do, except we can do it better.
Get 'em.
Um,
Yeah, I think before they can respond, Brack would say, "Listen, we just need to know that you're not gonna be summoning another fucking cartographer with that rock before you take off, okay? Because to be quite honest, I'm sick of fighting them. And if you're gonna make me fight one more, we're gonna have a problem."
so I think when you say the word cartographer, you you get a reaction out of them, which is something that like they have been really like, even when they're like kind of spitting a little vitriol at you here, like their face stays like remarkably calm. um but you see like a bit of a startle when you mention cartographer, and you see them like almost stagger, like uh saying that you've implying that you've fought a cartographer. um
Because we
it,
did, right? In the
yeah. Mhm.
what
um
was the one? The timey one?
you fought two in the temples.
Right.
It was the the dealed one and the evitative one, I think. um
What was the first one?
the dealed one, DELED,
One and the evitative one.
right? Dealed, evitative. Yes, that's a palindrome. Yeah.
And which one did we see? And we see the Cortungel like worshiping one out in the desert somewhere.
Yeah, when you came back with the and like staved off the attack and sort of half helped them a little bit by shooting the magic napalm at it. um I don't think you got a name on that one.
Okay. But and then these guys were
um
worshiping the noon one.
yeah, I'm trying to think if there's, I don't know, we'll give you this. The noon one is that one.
Oh, is the one we saw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there's stuff around this camp that you see that you could piece that together. Or just, something kind of clicks in the way that they're like the way that they were sort of worshiping this thing, the way that they were worshiping that one. Um,
All right. I'm curious to see, do they have any response then to what I said? Or
to
are they just stunned by my implication?
um yeah, I think it's clear that you've kind of peaked something. um and I think they go, by what power have you challenged cartographers?
Magic's a bitch, ain't it? I used to be a normal person, and then we got shot into this godforsaken planet for who knows what reason. Suddenly I can talk to animals, can do a bunch of other stuff, so can all of the people that I know from my world. We fought the dealed one and the veiled one, or the dealed one and the evitative one, in a upside down, right side up tower. I still can't wrap my mind quite around that one. I don't know what power it is, but what I do know is I'm goddamn sick of them. I think Brack is exasperated.
Mhm.
Doesn't know what to say.
Yeah, they turn to you with that and say, then perhaps we do share some common ground.
Brack looks at Kenna and just goes, "You got anything?" I don't.
Orn speaks up again and he says, we know more than you think we do, and all we want to do is help. And then he says, is there anything that you can give us so this trip wasn't a complete and utter waste of time?
um where is it that you return to?
It's a great question. Somebody help me out here. Line.
Where are we from?
So let's I think we can kind of abstract this out this way. Uh in that I think you've broken enough ground with them here that they're willing to listen to you. Um and I think particularly whether this is, you all sitting around the campfire, um you know stealing some of the Cortangels provisions and eating something or whatever. I guess not stealing if they're all dead, but th- they're particularly interested in the ship, the Horizons. Um and I think eventually, if like if you kind of keep um pressing them about it, I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to say it, but um basically they will agree to come back with you to the ship. They talk about how that now at this point, they have a great deal of like journeying and searching to do. They don't really give you much more than that. Um, but they will agree to come with you back to the ship.
I'm assuming these guys are the Enfidir.
I mean, that's an assumption you can make.
I'm not gonna say it because
Right.
it feels like a thing they might kill me for saying, but
Do I know
that's my
what that is,
assumption.
or is that something
the
that I missed out on?
It's in the world information.
Yeah.
Okay,
Basically,
that was brought up.
yeah, somewhere it is assumed and rumored is a conclave of Enfaith, though very few people know much of anything about them, and those that do guard those secrets with incredible ferocity. That's information that you have from the Bohemians, from Kintelstral and the Bohemians,
Yeah.
because they know stuff about stuff.
Old Kent.
Old Kint. And the fact that they who know stuff about stuff know like basically nothing about the Enfathir except that like they probably
Might exist,
exist
maybe.
somewhere. Um yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what would them coming back to the ship do for us?
Um it's them being on the ship. I mean,
Bring 'em back.
what's that?
I'm all for them coming with us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed. at this point. So we did it. We talked him into it.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
great.
so
Let's get Iridia on the talking once they get home with us, and then
yeah. So there, and through all of this, there, the I should give this one a name. This sort of the main one here.
Well, before we leave the place, is there any point to like looting and stuff? I don't
Oh,
remember.
absolutely.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
before we leave, I mean, Orn wouldn't necessarily be like real into that, but I'm hoping that someone else is.
Picking through the stuff. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna pick up arrows.
I'm looking for anything at this point. I guess Orn is probably desperate
Empty.
to find anything. Like he's actually digging through things. I think out of anger for the lack of information these guys are giving him. He's a very like matter of fact, get to the point guy, and he does not like this. He doesn't like how vague everybody is being.
Look at Joe's pretty map.
Joe has a map.
Oh, it's in the
In the
it's
what?
in the Voyages are TTRPG TDOVH in the Discord.
Oh. Ugh.
But Joe recreated Dan's map with some pretty software or something.
Oh, look at that. That's fun. Neat. Um. Okay.
Mm.
So this sort of main one eventually gives you their name as Sagruvad. Um uh in the chat there. And they are clearly so the two teal ones you get the sense are um uh more sort of assured of themselves. The blue one is uh one who, like, you see them looking around a lot, like they kind of don't know where they are. Um in terms of like they're trying to get a sense for it's almost as like almost as if they've never been out of that cave. Is the like a weird sense you get. Um uh yeah, and I don't so there's like loot tables and stuff here. So for one, I'll give you that cool hammer.
Yeah.
That wasn't a thing I was expecting to have be a thing. But you know, that seems like a cool piece of loot.
Explosive hammer. We're into it.
Oh, there we go. All right, let's see.
Seems like an HA thing. Or a Scott thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Orn would. I mean, I guess I would hold on to it. I don't know if I'd use it. Shields has always been our kind weapon of choice,
Mm,
right, Dan? Is that
yeah. All right, I'm just trying to think of. Maybe we'll do this loot thing later when I can figure out, because I'm not super familiar with how the loot tables work. But you get the hammer, you get the excuse me, um the Enfaith to come back to the ship with you. Nobody died, which is all great. So I think so you kind of chill at this camp for a little while, and uh basically what ends up happening is uh a ship comes, um and we're more or less at the end of our time here, so I don't want to mince this too much, but basically a ship, a skyship comes and ends up finding you based on all the noise and stuff that's happened. um and they're one of the the ships that helped ferry people back. I don't know that anybody would remember who this is, but it's a barblish woman named Askim Tantor, in a ship called Mirrors to the Face of Fascination. It's like a sort of a small, smaller ship, um, more like sort of yacht sized instead of like battleship sized kind of a deal. I don't know if that makes any sense. Not like small, but um, so they basically come and pick you up, and you find out through the course of that Mathos had actually called in uh, some had asked someone and called in some favors and got someone to send a search party out for you, so you don't have to walk all the way back home.
Oh, he appreciates that.
Yeah. And so, Oren, at some point, um, and you can sort of build this scene the way you want, but at some point, Kinnaranth is gonna come talk to you. Um,
Okay.
so do you like? Would you rather have that be, like here in the camp, uh, before you leave, or like on the ship somewhere, or
I think it'd be on the ship.
on the ship? Um,
Yeah.
is Brack nearby?
Is I?
I think you would be.
Okay. Um, so I think the first thing he kind of sort of awkwardly, you're standing over looking over the rail or something as you're flying through the morning. Um, and he's petting Bridge and whatnot, and comes over to you and says, "Well, looks like we all made it through that one."
Uh, Orange says, yes, but at what cost to myself?
I think
Um,
Brack perks up from wherever he is nearby.
and he turns to look at you, and the sort of the kind of awkward smile um sort of falls off his face, and he says, "Orn, the burden you carry is heavier than it needs to be. You you are a good man. Heaping heaping blame on yourself sitting so heavily in the past will only hold you back. You know that we both know that better than most.
Orn says, I know beating myself up and I know I make a bigger deal out of this than it needs to be, but I'm just so afraid of hurting the people that are close to me.
When we are all here together. We are all here by our own choices. Carrying such a weight with yourself, there is no way for that weight to do anything but hold you down. And I saw there in these battles the fear that lives within you, but the battlefield is not a place for hesitation. Like I said, we are all here by our own choice. I've made my decision to be here at your side. Don't take that away from me.
Orn Orn says it's going to take more time. But I think I'm starting to allow this side of me back into the battlefield more, back into my life more, because I want to be able to control it. I need, for now, I need you, and I need Brack as well, to promise me if I ever can't control it, when I can't control it, I need you guys to be far away, at least far enough that I can't hurt you.
And he nods. So I understand. And don't forget that we need you as well. We need the whole you.
Orn turns. I think at this time, at before he wasn't looking at Kenna, but I think now he turns and looks at him, and he says, "You are the closest friend I've had in a long time," and goes in for a hug.
Aw, and he gives you that good forearmed hug right back.
Oh, dude, I wanted that so bad. Okay, I think that'll do it.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. All right. And so that's the thing. Um Here, we'll take you back out to this as we are on our way. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Flying back. Cool. Let's end of session.
Let's do it.
Bonds. Bonds. Breck. We'll start with you.
All right. Um, I think after listening to that conversation, bond with Orn might change a little bit.
Okay, how so?
Right now it says he's capable of terrible things, but he has a softer side that doesn't seem to be an act or a mask. His softer side could be a friend, his violent side could and has saved us all. Which side to foster? Um, I think it might change uh to something like how can I help this man see that that just like all of us, he's one person who is nuanced and working for good.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Does that
Yeah,
does that make sense?
totally. Yeah, because that's definitely a change going from like, oh man, which side do I go for here? And now you're like, but they're all the same side
I don't know. I don't really remember how bonds work.
or whatever.
So
Yeah, generally with a bond, the thing that seems to be the way to do it is to have like you have a kind of a statement about how your character feels about the the person or a thing.
just a second. I have to go pause
Okay.
my download. My Discord is like rebooting.
Oh no. Okay, well while he does that, Orn bonds.
Um, so I just updated my one with Kenna. I
Mhm.
said, being my BFF through tough times, we go stronger, but only together. He wants me to accept my bad side. And I put
Aw. And you what? Sorry.
um I put that in quotes, bad side, because that's still Orn, his, insecurity um of that. And I
Yeah.
think that should go, because it's still a work in progress. And then, I mean, Brack and I didn't really get a whole lot of time to talk.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I think you're
so I think that's good.
supposed to just do one. So,
Okay, well then,
yes.
good.
So make that change. Give yourself an XP for it. And while we're still waiting for Chris, how about alignment?
Alignment. Let me find it. I
It's in the
definitely,
top right.
I definitely did that. Endanger yourself to protect someone weaker than you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Let's take an XP for
Wait.
that.
Okay.
I
Oh, you're back.
I think I'm back. My
I.
Discord is still
Oh.
rotating, so I can't see our conversation, but
Oh.
You're doing it.
You're here.
I'm here. How much did you hear of what I said earlier?
I think all of it.
You changed your bond with me, and that's good.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
gain.
Does that feel good?
Mm-hmm.
That felt uh like something I could act on, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah. So that change, and then so take an XP for that. And then your alignment.
Uh refuse to give up despite rejection or disaster. Um I don't know. He kind of did do that at the end. I feel like
Mm,
he just was so tired and beat that he just finally
gave up.
sat down and was like, I'm done with this. Fuck it. I don't care.
uh,
But I think he is I mean he had gotten that, that point on the last 3 sessions.
mm-hmm.
So I think that's fair that
There
he
was a point,
finally
yeah.
got to the point where he
Gave
broke
up.
and was just I mean, he was down to 7 health.
Oh yeah, we're back to full now, right?
Yeah. Now you'll be back to full. Great. Okay, so then we have our 3 questions. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Right? We found these new in faith.
Well, we didn't really learn anything from them yet.
Well, we learned that they're actually real.
We learned more about the Quartundule and how sophisticated their society is, or can be, and the power that they might hold with those fucking twins, if we got more of those floating out around.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll buy it. Take a seat for that. Do we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
Sure did.
Yeah, he
The
did.
twins.
Did we loot a memorable treasure?
Yeah, we got that cool hammer.
Yeah, I got the cool hammer. I'm also, I mean,
We might find other cool treasures.
I might also find other cool treasures, and I'm also. It's weird to say it in these terms, but like, getting those in faith to come back to the ship with you is also.
We'll treasure them.
Kind of yeah, there you go. That's
Bang. One came in big today.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you both did. You both rolled like really well. I think we only had 1 failure the entire time.
I think so.
Dang.
What up?
Yeah, dude.
It's your boy failing once for the squad.
Because yeah, that could have gone real bad.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Quick.
Yeah.
If that's it, then I don't want to interrupt. Before I want you to finish, doing what you're doing first before I ask this question. It has nothing to do with.
No,
nothing.
that was it.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, it was going to be about leveling up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you've got your when you have downtime, hours or days, an XP equal to or greater than your current level plus 7. Subtract your current level plus 7 from your XP, increase your level by 1. Choose a new advanced move.
What do I get to learn another move?
Yeah, so the options we have are as follows. You can pick a new move. Gosh, we'd have to find those playbooks. We'll figure that out. Oh, and you increase one of your stats by 1 as well.
What's the max they can be at? 18?
18.
18.
Okay.
The other thing, so there's 2 other things instead of taking the move. You can also there's animancer moves that you can take. On the animancy sheet, there's advanced animancer advanced moves. So you can take some of those. Some of those are cool. Or there's what?
Did that website ever come back up online?
No, it did not. So we might have to do some figuring out because most of the playbooks we were getting were from weird places.
I've got all those that I downloaded. I can.
Oh, okay, you've got yours.
Yeah, can you send it to me, Chris, so I can?
Yeah, I can't get into Discord to send it to you at the moment, but
okay. No worries.
Well, we'll take care of that.
Here, wait. Let me. I'll be right back.
So I would have.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out if I like have everything I should have.
Oh, I see.
Like I want to clean up my character. Do I gain any health or anything like that?
You would gain. So your hit points just went up from bumping up your constitution, I believe.
I didn't bump up my constitution.
Oh, your cons. Oh, well, no, then no, because your hit points are tied to your constitution.
Oh, so my max hit points I can get.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We can. If you want to chat some more about this, we can talk off stream. But we should.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to wait until we were done.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Well, great. Hey, that was fun. We did the thing. We finally finished this like side mission. That'll do it for us tonight. Thanks for watching. Have a cool day.
Bye, everybody.
Peace out.
Where's my postlude?